Hi, I'm Ryan.
Oh, are we're on? We're live?
We're on. We're live, mate. It's been
Live. Well, it's
yeah,
not really live. We're hot. We're not
yeah.
live.
We're
No one
hot.
is
Mics
no
are
one is
hot.
currently seeing this except us.
Yeah,
So we're just active.
yeah. So I'm
We're in
Ryan, or
attack
not him
mode.
again, and we've got
I'm Duncan, aka Jeff Vader. I don't care which one you use. Just don't call me
yeah.
Ginger.
Just just don't at him. And we are here as part of Immaterial Gamers for the next few weeks to review a TV show. We tried this
Yes.
before. We tried this. We tried this with Black Mirror back in the day, but we're gonna try it a little bit differently. So yeah, let's get straight into this. This is Immaterial Gamers reviewing Arcane League of Legends Act 1.
Yes. The first 3 episodes of Arcane released on Netflix on date
The November the
question mark.
6th/7th, based on where you were from.
Yes.
So
Um,
it was early evening, or it was, I'll say early evening, late evening on Saturday, November the 6th, because it was released to coincide with the end of Worlds this year. That leaves me to some moments. Are we already going to start this thing with me just having a very, very slight rant? Um, yeah,
we
it was
got all the time
advertised.
in the world.
Yeah, so it was advertised during Worlds. It was heavily advertised during Worlds, but it was given prominence during the finals opening ceremony, sponsored by MasterCard because it always is. And it had musical performances by B. Miller and Imagine Dragons and Paris. Basically, everyone who did all the songs for Arcane and Worlds. But it was set in Piltover and Zon. And there was a lot of people who were just moaning already. It's like, can you focus on the players, please? Can you focus on the players? I'm just going to say this right now. I've said it in text form before, but I'm going to say it in visual and audio form now. World's opening ceremonies have never been about the players. They've always been about Riot advertising something for you, aka KDA skins, KDA, and True Damage skins. And they've just done the same with Arcane.
I mean, sure. It's like it's. I mean, you get this. I mean, do the Olympics ceremonies have to be about, specifically about the players every time? It's like, you just get people excited about something. You put them in a good mood, and then you give them the game. You can do
Yeah,
other things. It's fine. It's
exactly,
fine.
and that's what the World Ceremony did. But oh my God, Arcane, a project of 6 years in length.
6 years, huh?
6 years.
So
I know that
impressive.
Duncan's got some sort of opinions that are going to be coming up on this, but we'll share them
It
with each
it
other as we go.
we'll say that there's a slope. Generally speaking, if I want to give like a really brief overview of my overall take on the series, I would say it starts off relatively strong. It's like first episode is fine. Like I don't really have a whole lot of huge criticisms about episode 1 for the most part.
Yeah.
Episode 2 is a little bit more mixed. There's still some okay stuff, but then people started doing and saying some really stupid stuff, and I'm like, okay, we're loosening the plot a little bit. Let's get back on track.
Would you agree
In
that
episode 3,
some stuff lasted a
oh
couple
boy.
of scenes too long?
I don't know about that. I'm more. We can maybe make some arguments for that when we get there, but I'm mostly concerned about some just strange character stuff going on. And episode 3, we'll get to episode 3.
Ooh, this is going to be fun. I'm going to enjoy this.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do you want to give your overall thoughts, or do you want to just?
I will do that. I agree with you. Episode 1 was very, very strong. Especially, I mean, especially the opening few minutes of the show, because that's the bit that you've got to get the audience to sit down, park up, and watch.
And, yeah, I mean, it's definitely an effective introduction.
Yeah,
and we can talk about it when it's actually time to talk about it. But yeah, for sure.
Episode 2, again, it felt, and especially with this act structure, which we'll sort of quickly explain when we get to that as well. The episode 2, yeah, it did feel like the classic get all the characters and ducks lined up in a row before the conflict of the last episode. Which I can probably understand there's a bit of concerning considering this is episode 2 of 9. So to have a setup episode there, okay, yeah, I can understand there's a bit, and it did feel like some stuff just went a bit longer than it should have. Episode 3, I feel that we will be talking about, but probably from what it sounds like, to an opposite view on this, Duncan. So, it'll be interesting to see where our thoughts converge. That's not a Riot pun, even though I absolutely should have done that. Yeah, and you might have heard us mentioning acts. Netflix decided, again, as they are wont to do, we should say it's a Netflix series, they decided they wanted to experiment with release schedule again. And not do what Netflix usually do, which is just fling out all the episodes and then just go, there you go. And they are also not following the cable TV schedule of one a week.
One episode a week.
Yeah. So they
for
split.
Like whatever, and then either once a year or twice a year or whatever.
Yeah. So they decided to do act structures. So Arcane is split in 3 acts, and there are going to be notable time skips between each of those acts. And then those acts are split into 3 episodes, which define that time frame and what happens with the main characters that we will encounter throughout that. So that's why we're looking at the first 3 episodes in this act, which
and I can say right off the top of the hat, like, I have a lot of things to say about Arcane, and most of my criticisms have nothing to even do with pacing, but I will say right off the top of the bat that a lot of the things that I have issues with could definitely be improved if, rather than having to squish them all into these 3 episodes and share them, between 40-minute bits, and it's like they're barely 40-minute episodes, like between a cold opening that usually has your very limited actual impact on the show itself versus the opening, then the exit, like it's a barely 40 minutes per episode. It's like a lot of it could definitely be improved if it was more focused on giving it its own story.
I will
but
give you this.
Squished into 3 like this, it's
Yeah, I will give you this. Like you say, it's barely 40 minutes, but at least it's not pulling a Marvel TV series thing of, here's this 40-minute episode where 29 minutes of it are show and the other 11 minutes of it are full on, you're about to leave the movie theatre credits. That one sort of gets me, gets my goat on it. So, there is still a bit more to work on there, but that's how it goes. So,
I guess at some point we should probably start talking about the show itself, eh?
Yeah. Let's do that, and we're going to be trying to look at this.
We should. I should just say, we will not be. We'll try to do things chronologically, like beginning to end.
Yeah.
But out of necessity, this is a full-blown spoiler review. Everything will be talked about. Every plot point. If you're just interested in people doing like general ideas and impressions of the show, this would be the time to go, because we're going to start talking about the show in detail.
Yeah, we'd be basically doing this on the assumption that people who are looking at this will have already watched it and would want to get, second, third, fourth opinions out of it. So that's just, straight in, spoiler warning, we're going to be talking about key points of the show. That's just how it's going to be. And we're going to be looking at, well, you know what, actually, let's just go straight into it. Episode 1, Welcome to the Playground. Boy, does it want to start off with an incident.
Yeah, you would call this, in the technical terms, an inciting incident.
Yes.
So basically, our show starts with a sort of flashback of nondescript amount of time ago, some years ago. Basically, there's some conflict between Piltover, and I don't even know if they're officially called Zon or if they're just like part of Zon, or
At this point, they are not called Zone. It is just called the
because all
Undercity.
the Netflix descriptors always refer to it as Zon, so I've just been
Yeah.
calling it Zon.
But yeah, at that particular point, and for some time later, it is still just referred to as the Undercity. So it's just
Yeah, or the
topside
lanes
and the
or whatever.
Undercity. Yes, the lanes is sort of an area that, in fact, which based on that, the lanes is probably about as high in Zone. Well, for sake of argument, we'll call it that. The lanes is about as high in Zone as you can get before you end up into Piltover, which is defined by this giant bridge where the opening 3 minutes of the show starts on. My
But
God, is it
anyway, so we
depressing?
got this war going on. Vi and well, I guess we should come to an agreement on whether we're going to refer to as Powder or Jinx, because the character is Jinx from League of Legends, but she
Yes.
is called Powder throughout the duration of the show because I guess that's her real name. What are we going on?
I feel that we do it as it is. So she would be referred to as Powder.
Okay, so Powder
this
and
side.
Vi are sisters, orphans in this
Yeah.
war.
Who currently don't know that they're orphans at this particular
Oh,
point.
no, they're about to find out.
And find out they do. Jesus.
Dawn is clearly on the losing end of this fight.
Yeah.
No surprise when you consider the fact that like their like leader is like punching people with like metal gauntlets, and random foot soldiers in Piltover have like rifles. Like that's a pretty one-sided fight at that point.
Yeah,
so it's not a surprise that Zon's losing.
That says to me that's a whole like Sengoku Jedi sort of thing. So, the old Japanese fights when one army had learned the use of muskets and firepower coming up against cavalry with spears, and it's like, yeah, we've got the upper hand, we can spear these gunmen to death, and it's just like, because all they'll do is they'll reload all at the same time. It's like, no, fuckers, have you not realised that, one row of men can reload and the other row of men can fire, which means we're constantly firing, you idiots. And that sort of feels like the fighting style that's happened with this Riot, which I believe in League of Legends universe is known as the Purging. It was basically a failed uprising by Zorn, or the Undercity at the time. I'm just very quickly, the Riot universe, League of Legends, the game, has no lore. We'll just throw it out there. It used to have lore when it first came out. It used to have patch notes that would be described with a newsletter, and characters would be introduced into the game through Judgment, which was a small, short story just explaining the motivations of each character. That was scrapped 4 years in, and now League of Legends, the game, is just, well, it's basically Smash Brothers. It's a what-if simulator. It's what if these 5 people and these 5 people had a fight. That's where it goes.
And honestly, it's for the better. As far as like critiquing the show goes, I've been playing League of Legends for 10 years. I've been playing it since high school. I know nothing about any of these characters and what they're supposed to do. I have vague ideas of their general personalities from playing the game and listening to their quotes. I don't know or really care all that much about any of their hypothetical backgrounds.
Yeah.
So none of that enters into my assessment of the show. I'm not going to be like, it's like, oh, it's supposed to be like this in the game, or it's like, and I don't care about like little Easter eggs of like, oh, someone's thing is,
look, someone's
and
left a cupcake
is in a market stall there. I'm like, I just don't care. I'm here for the story that is presented within Arcane, self-contained, no extra materials.
Yeah. Prior to recording, I said that to Duncan that I was going to look at this at a slightly different aspect. For me, as someone who has read Universe, which is, well, a lot of Universe, which is weird now because it's split. Universe is just the overall designation for stories, videos, and music that is related to League of Legends that tells additional stories, and that's also expanded upon in Legends of Runeterra, the card game, and is also being expanded upon in the Riot Forge games, of which currently there is Ruin King, Status Unknown, Convergence, still being produced, and currently out of freaking nowhere, Hextech Mayhem, a rhythm game about Ziggs. It's all there, but that's how it goes. So I'm trying to look at this in a slightly different thing. We're looking to come to the same conclusion, but my journey through this would be to see if Arcane can successfully expand on the lore of League of Legends. Duncan's looking into this. Can it stand up on its
I'm
own
looking
merit?
at it from the perspective of like, yeah, it's like, can this tell me a compelling story and based on just its own merits and what it presents to me within the show itself. So anyway, back to the show here.
So this opening few minutes, by the way, has no dialogue, minus
it's
some
all
singing at the beginning that Powder is doing with her eyes closed.
Mhm.
So,
but yeah,
where you
which is
in
good
regards to that about dialogue?
I mean, I think I'm a big fan of visual storytelling. I'm a big fan of conveying what the story needs to tell you without just without resorting to people just sitting down and doing dialogue. I feel like there is a place in storytelling for good dialogue, and if you have a talent for writing witty and well structured dialogue, then go for it. But I'm also a big fan of like anytime you can get away with not verbally telling me what's going on by simply showing me what's going on, I think it's usually better to do that.
Yeah.
It's just more efficient, more engaging, it's more balanced, and then you can save that dialogue time 4 times where you have to explain this verbally because it's just it just needs to be said. Because if everything is explained by dialogue, then it's just a bunch. It's just going to be 2 hours of people sitting in rooms saying things and not doing anything.
It's exposition, the TV show, and you don't necessarily want that, do you? And I feel that this sort of explained sort of everything. Jinx and Powder, Vi and Powder walking up. Vanda, who is the yeah. Well, we can talk about mental health in regards to that later on. Vanda, who is the character with the big gauntlets, just dropping them, showing he's done.
Yeah, he's the leader of the rebellion uprising thing, by the looks of it. Vander, best character for this show. Quite handily. That's not a pun. It's not because he punches me, but it's really not even close. He's probably the only character in the show that's perfectly consistent and well conveyed. I actually like Vander as opposed to a lot of some of these characters. But anyway, he sees them, and immediately he's like, I like that it's like the first thing you see him do is he's like literally beating this man to death with his fists.
He is just making paste out of an enforcer.
And then like he whips around and looks at the kids, and you think, oh god, this guy's like a maniac. But then it's like immediately like that, aggression like melts away, and he has a very like sort of solemn, sort of paternal expression on his face, like, oh god, these poor kids.
Yeah.
What have we done, kind of thing.
Yeah, especially when Vi sort of points towards her chest and then outwards, which is basically, where are my parents? And then the dust clears.
I think she actually mouths the word "mom."
Yeah.
Like you see her, it's like kind of thing, and then so rip parents.
Yeah, rip parents. Immediately disarming of gauntlets by Vander, and then just a slow walk across the bridge with the pair of children, just handily, like we say, handily. Just seems everything's consistent. Just picks them up like they're nothing. He's just walking back off the bridge, and it's
a pretty effective way to start the show. It's like, okay, it's like we got the inciting incident. There's a conflict between these two people. One of them is clearly, economically sort of technologically like superior, whereas the other, our protagonist POV is coming from a clearly more low tech, poor family. Main characters are just children, they're orphans. Immediately you're like, okay, that's sympathetic. And you immediately, like I said, with like 30 seconds of screen time, you immediately get what all 3 of these characters are about.
Yeah. And
the only thing I would say that's kind of sketchy about this whole thing is you get a shot of like Piltover soldiers, like a good 3 or 4 of them that see these guys and like they don't do anything.
Yeah,
I guess they're just done. Whatever. It's like I guess they must have missed the part where Vander just like beat one of their dudes to death like 10 seconds ago. It's like maybe shoot that guy.
Yeah. Especially because of what happens Yeah, because especially with what happens with the enforcers later on in the act, of sort of they care not whether it is an adult, child, rat, doesn't matter. You get in their
Yeah.
way, you get fucked up. That's sort of how it is. Minus a couple of characters, well, one in particular, which we'll sort of explain later on. Yeah, we get our title sequence, very Daredevil looking, with
Yes,
Imagine
it is.
Dragons playing the music.
It's Daredevil with Imagine Dragons, basically.
Yes.
Which is like, I like Imagine Dragons just fine.
Mm-hmm.
The more associated with League of Legends they become, the more I realize is like, I don't know if I like particularly care for their music being mixed with League of Legends. I don't know if it's quite the right tone for me, but that might just be a personal thing.
I can see where you're coming from. So like, mine's a couple of songs from Imagine Dragons. They're not my band. They're not a bad band. They're just not what I would listen to. And, that's just sort of how it is. Though they're officially characters in League of Legends now anyway, due to the bloody music video. So, we'll just have that in your head for a little bit. Right. Few years later, we're in Piltover again. Well,
Yeah,
we're actually across the bridge and in Piltover.
Let's just jump into our episode here. Yep. Okay, yeah. So we're officially in Piltover. It's been a few years. Vi's like I don't even know how old you would say she is, like mid to late teens kind of thing.
Yeah. And with Powder's
kind of like preteen
either very
age,
young or
roughly.
preteen, isn't it, really? And then
I would say she could be anywhere between the ages of 8 and 12. I really have no idea.
Yeah, it's unknown because
it's tough because it's like she talks like someone who's older than she appears, but she's also like just small in general, like just not a physically large person regardless of her size. So it's like it's just difficult to say. Anyway, the point is they're older.
It's going to be a thing, especially with the way that the voice acting's going, because this will be the first actress of who will play Powder. Mia Sinclair Jennings, she plays young Powder, which makes sense because the actress is about 15, so that would work into that sort of preteen age. And Vi being played by Oscar-nominated actress Haley Steinfeld from True Grit, and according to her fan base, is basically what's going through what's called the Steinfall, because she's everywhere and is going to be everywhere. She's currently currently being finished as the last season of a period comedy called Dickinson. She's Vi in Arcane, and she is next going to be in Disney Plus's Hawkeye as well. She's going to be everywhere, and whether that's a good or bad thing, we'll look to.
I mean, it's good for her.
Yeah, well, yeah. I guess at the end of the day, money. It works.
So alongside our two main characters, we're also introduced to our two main supporting characters for this POV. We've got Milo, the sort of skinny, mousy-looking fella, and we got
arrogant bastard. Sorry, that's my own personal opinion.
And I guess we got I think his name is Kliger. I don't know how to spell that.
Yeah, Kliger. So Milo played by prolific voice actor Yuri Lowenfeld. And Kliger,
who plays everything.
Yeah, Kliger, played by Roger Craig Smith, most famous for Sonic the fucking Hedgehog.
Oh, it's Sonic. He does. He's had a little bit too many chili dogs there, I guess.
Yeah, and also just he's also the narrator on Say Yes to the Dress in America. Not that that's really an important thing for that, but just to give you an idea. I
always thought he was For some reason in my head, I kept picturing the Badger from Breaking Bad.
Oh god!
It's just like It's just like something about like his look and his voice. It just made me think of that character. But obviously not as interested in meth that we know of.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think that's a big thing. Yeah, so he's basically, if you want to know voice actor, he's basically him and Yuri Lowenfeld basically been everywhere. So that's sort of how that works. And yeah, you know what? I like these sort of not Vi experiences that we've got these supporting characters. It's amazing that we've actually gone. Let's see, we've gone nearly 20-25 minutes into this without actually talking about the animation style.
It's fine. I mean, I'm not like an artist. I can't tell
Hmm.
you like how how like really if it's like, oh boy, this is like really impressive or not, or it's just fine. I don't know. I think it's appropriate for
If
the
it,
setting of League of Legends.
yeah,
Like it
fits the
fits
theme.
in with
Uh,
the general aesthetic.
yeah, I mean, I'm,
You know, it's kind
I'm,
of like it almost like is it Borderlandsy where it's kind of like it's a 3D animation, but it's like it almost looks like somebody drew
hmm
like 2D pictures over like a 3D rendering kind of thing. You
yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah, and that's sort of the design, and that's the what's the one? What would you say? The hallmarks of the animation company that have done this, Fortiche Productions, who have been, like Imagine Dragons, well known for doing stuff with League of Legends. Particularly, they did the Get Jinxed music video for the introduction of Jinx, which kind of makes sense, especially with how this has all gone. They also did the Worlds video for Rise, and they also did a short animated series with the band Gorillaz. They have form. They also needed to do a very big hiring process to work on this show. Prior to Arcane, they had 30 staff. We'll give you a little trivia game, Duncan. How many members of staff do you think were at Fortiche by the time this project had finished?
I'm gonna guess 120.
300.
Oh, okay, okay. I wasn't sure how is quadrupling enough? Is that too high? Is that too ambitious? It's like I felt like 120 would be like I'm either gonna be close or not even close at all.
Ah,
You know.
yeah. Oh, I should also note, I'm still looking at Roger Craig Smith's bloody Google profile for a start, and he also played Chris Redfield in Resident Evil, and he was Ezio Auditore de
Hey.
Firenze in Assassin's Creed.
Oh, he's Assassin's Creed. Well, okay. Well, there you go. That's the experience. That's the whole climbing on
Yeah.
rooftops connection.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah. Considering actually, yeah, this whole sequence does feel a bit Assassin's Creed without the assassination.
Except, well, I know, and the stealth.
Well,
So these people are
yeah.
attempting to sneak in, they're these undercity criminals trying to sneak into some guy's apartment to steal some stuff. But the whole time they're talking very loudly, like it's
hmm
echoing across the city halls. Everyone can hear this.
Yeah. Why?
And
Why?
they're like stomping around they're bending gutters as they jump. Like they're not quiet about
Because
this at all.
isn't it Clagger that says, or was it Clagger or Milo that basically goes, "Why are we not going on the roof? Why are we not on the ground?" And it's
Well, it's
and
like
somebody
I mean,
tries
like
responding.
literally, you could just walk within like a couple of buildings of where you need to go, and then climb up to the roofs.
Yeah,
That would be a thought.
yeah, but no, they don't. I mean, this does lead to sort of one of one of my lines of the episode on this, which was just basically Vi just going, you know, we'll all succeed on this if we don't screw up. So don't screw up.
Yeah, the plan was going perfectly until it wasn't.
Yeah. She's very impatient though, and sort of always on edge. I would sort of say, and that sort of shows when she tries to get Milo to pick the balcony lock for the door, and basically doesn't even give him 15 seconds before she decides, screw this, let's just kick it in.
See, that scene is funny in Sherlock Holmes when what's his face? Holmes is gonna go in and he's gonna pick the lock. He's got like 97 picking tools, and just as he's about to try the first one, what's his face? Is Watson just kicks the door in. That's really funny because it's a nicely set up visual joke. It's like, okay, obviously he's the brains of the operation. His first approach is to approach this logically.
Yeah.
But Watson, not being a scientist, he's just, I'm just gonna let's just get in there because they know it's like there's no one in the place they're going to. It's like, why are we wasting our time? Just get the fuck inside.
Yeah, we just get in, get the evidence, get out.
Doesn't work in League of Legends Arcane because they're trying to be stealthy. They're breaking the apartment of someone who might actually be home in a busy city. So what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, not great. I mean, Vi, you could have just give Milo an extra few seconds. I know that Milo is characterized, even at the beginning here, to be the unlikable member of this
Yeah,
gang.
He's the odd one out for the
Yeah,
gang for sure.
Clagger is a bit of a, oh, are you sure we should do this sort of guy. Milo's just like, yeah, no, we should do this, and we're great. She's not. For most of the act, Milo just looks at Powder and just goes,
Really,
what are you
really
doing here?
driving home the whole like Powder sucks thing, which is like, I have things to say about Powder. It's like, okay, yes, Powder is not a particularly like physically adept person because she's 12 and small.
Yeah, but she's
But,
clearly got an eye for valuables because
she's also the most. She's also like the most prodigious shooter of all fucking time, apparently. So like, why doesn't she have like a slingshot or some shit? She'd be so much more valuable to the team.
Yeah, I mean, because it comes later down the line. It turns out that all she's got for offensive stuff are hand-drawn grenades that do not work. And I know that is. I know that's yeah. Oh well, yeah, we'll get there. But yeah, so she's also she's got an eye for valuables, to which the point where she can get her own back on Milo with him thinking that he's found some great valuable object, only to find out it's a nose hair trimmer, which has to be the most dangerous nose hair trimmer I've ever seen. I would not put that anywhere near a nostril. Yeah.
It's like, why? So yeah, back. Right. So anyway, they're in the shop. They're in the we can just say this. This is Jace's shop. Apparently, yes. This is his apartment. He's just moving into. Apparently, or he's moving stuff into it. It's a new apartment. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
A couple of sandwiches on the side, so clear signing for someone's here.
Which is like, I don't know how Powder doesn't put this together. It's like there's a fresh sandwich on the table here. It's just like. There's someone in the building right now. We shouldn't be here. He has been in this room like recently.
Yeah.
Like we should leave immediately. But this does not occur to Powder. Powder just eats a bit of the sandwich and just carries on her merry business.
Yeah, notices a loot box and
which is not locked.
Yeah, which is great. She's not had to pay for microtransactions for this one.
It's a loot box which contains apparently exploding balls of fuck that Jace is just leaving out in an unlocked container, not particularly well secured either.
Yeah. So she grabs them as Milo succeeds on shutting a door or wedging a door because they hear footsteps.
Yep.
And she
detected.
Yeah, she leaves one, and where we were talking these exploding balls. What the fuck? Well, one of them bounces on the floor, and what the fuck explodes.
Yeah, so they're very, very shock sensitive, as it turns out. You might say that hitting them is a really bad idea. That will be relevant in a few minutes.
Foreshadowing. I like foreshadowing.
So it explodes, demolishes the entire apartment, almost kills Jace. We don't know that yet. That's episode 2, but we do know from episode 2 that this knocks Jace the fuck out.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Endangers the public. Several people are below the building.
Yep.
When this happens.
Which we get one word response from Vi of shit.
Yeah. There's language. They speak of the bad word.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what it was rated for you on your Netflix. For me, it was rated 15.
So, yeah, I think it was like 14 or something. 14 or something.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I think this is going to be a good time to pause because even though this bit doesn't come up until episode 2, because we don't even know it's Jace's apartment until episode 2.
Yeah.
This would be a good point for me to describe my first point against Jace.
Oh, okay.
As a character who might be my least favorite character in the show.
Okay.
So Jace is friends with this really wealthy family. Who happen to be Caitlyn's family from
the Kiramans. Now that because we're giving surnames to characters now. So
Kiramans. And their teenage daughter Caitlyn is like a friend of his or whatever. I don't know how they met, or if it's like I don't know if they're like academy buddies or if they're like if it's like a Doc and Marty McFly thing.
Yeah, I can just have the sort of idea that she's just around the manor when he's speaking to Lady Kiraman, just sort of just there.
But yeah, so it's like he's already got like several things going against him before you even met him. Number one, he's got these exploding crystals that he alleges he doesn't actually know were dangerous, which is worse than actually knowing that they're dangerous and just not handling them correctly, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
that is.
They explode, causing a lot of damage to public property, endanger several passerbys outside, and let's not forget, also because Caitlin's in the building, endangers the life of the teenage daughter who is his friend, and also the daughter of his main patrons
Yeah.
who fund his work. So before Jace has even been on screen, he's already really fucked up as a character.
Yes.
So yeah, I just wanted to point that out before we moved on to continue to follow the Vive perspective.
Yeah, I can absolutely agree with you on that. I'm finding it which is, the whole idea. I mean, the main story point is the idea of viewers sort of warming to the situation that's happening between Vi and Jinx. But we're looking at other characters that we've got in this. Jace. Later on we'll have Victor, Caitlyn. They're the champions, aren't they? Because everyone else is either sort of side characters or sort of supporting characters or the main villain.
The cast is like divided roughly half and half of like original characters and characters who are derived from the champions of League of Legends. And I find that the general pattern is that most of the original characters are better than the champions, or portrayed as such. That was my general observation.
Yeah, I guess on that though, we've also got 10 years worth of playing these characters in our style to make them feel like, sort of us, and a little bit of lore, which for Arcane based characters, so for Jinx and Vi and such, their lore has always been patchy. There's always been holes. Because like we said, Arcane is a 6-year project. And it's they're on the idea of, we're going to fill in this lore about these characters during this show. This was always meant to be the point. But my God, yeah, no, you're right, Jace. He's unlikable. I can't. As a character, I am.
He's a tool. He's an asshole. He's brutally irresponsible.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
absolutely dangerous and spoiled because of it.
Not just a little bit entitled of him, I'm being honest.
Yeah, he's a little spoiled. But I mean, while we're talking about for actors and stuff like that, Jace, played by Kevin Alejandro, most known for True Blood, basically, and was also in Lucifer. So
neat.
That's just something to bring it on there. So that's where they got him from. Like I said, the Riot and Fortiche have basically picked up whoever the fuck they wanted. Let's be fair, considering some of them on here. Caitlyn, she's not been introduced yet, but we'll just put it in.
Yeah, well, we could. Yeah, I mean, we'll say who she is, but we don't have to go too much in there.
Yeah, played by Katie Lung, Cho Chung from the Harry Potter films, her main hit. So yeah, but we need actress who can play English accent. There we go.
Ooh. So yeah, I guess moving on from after that explosion happens,
we've got
we follow Vi and the gang, just basically booking it for back for Zahn.
In the first of many chase sequences, this act. So
yep, there's a lot of there's running.
Yeah,
and most of them end in ways that I dislike, because most of them end in the enforcers basically just giving up.
Yeah,
which they shouldn't do.
Apart from one poor sap who tried to jump across a bridge and, well, it didn't go well for him. He didn't splash in the water, let's just say that. He landed back first on a boat. But,
yeah, with that guy, I guess.
But yeah,
so they start chasing him back through Piltover. There's a couple instances where, I don't know, Powder hits a wall, which exploding crystals in her pocket. That was
probably not. Yeah, no.
Maybe not a great idea.
Luckily, she was hitting the wall with the left side, and the crystals were on the right. So at least they got that.
Good thing she wasn't making a left turn. Otherwise, Powder would be Powder.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, a third of Piltover.
Yeah. So they escape the first chase sequence, and then are sort of on the upper end.
Which is kind of like, it's kind of like, how did they do that? Because it's like they turn a corner, like the enforcers are like on their ass the whole time. You know, like they're never more than like 20 odd feet away, 10, 20 feet away. And so they turn a corner, pull out a sewer grate, and dive down. And it's like, what? The enforcers see this, and they're just like, I don't want to get dirty today. I mean, they're only terrorists. I mean, why call in backup when we could just go home and have a sandwich? I don't know.
Yeah. Should we let Grayson know about this? Nah, she doesn't need to know. Yes.
Well, she already knows. But
well, yeah.
So they get away because the enforcers are lazy, I guess.
Yeah.
And they obviously have no remorse about going into the underground because they do that for the rest of the show.
Yeah.
But
I mean, technically the enforcers, in a sense, stay on their arse through various points, but just not in that particular chase sequence. No, because they needed to get out of the way for a fight sequence. They head down to the lanes and just end up meeting Deckard and his merry men. Yeah,
this is an interesting scene for a few reasons.
Okay.
That we learn. Well, wait till the end of. I can't remember if it's the end of this episode or the beginning of the next episode. Let me just quickly jump down to my notes. What have I? Was I right about that? Yeah. Okay, yeah, it is at the end of this episode. I'll wait till that before I get to my main criticisms of this scene. Yeah. But essentially, they get jumped by some gangster orphans. And in this fight, I feel like
call him gangster orphan until.
Yeah, I didn't know Deckard's name for the entire time. I kept calling him Gangster Orphan or Gangster Orphan Leader, if I want to be more specific. But once he was the only one left, I just kept calling him Gangster Orphan. But anyway, they get into a fight because Milo's an idiot and brags about how much loot they got.
Yep, just another endearing trait for Milo.
So they get into a fight, and this is really interesting to me because. On one hand, and there's no easy way to put this, so I'm just gonna bulldoze through it and try to cover my ass as much as possible. I am totally okay with the fact, and even almost a little bit happy about the fact that Vi actually kind of gets her ass kicked a little bit. It's just a thing where a lot of times. Characters with a certain physical appearance, shall we say, they come out of fights better off than they probably should if things were portrayed in a totally perfectly realistic scenario.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I'll say that I'm positive on the fact, not that just a certain person that looks this way got hurt, just the fact that they were okay with people getting hurt on both ends perfectly equitably. Yeah. I'm happy with this. I'm okay if she's got a better fighter, if she's better trained. I'm okay with her winning, but it's like, okay, they both took damage. It's fine. I'm okay.
No, I can understand you on that, and let's just go for.
But I think not watch, but I've watched a review of a certain Marvel film.
Mm-hmm.
Rhymes with Flack Guido, where. The main character goes through a level of physical punishment that would probably have killed Captain America, let alone an ordinary human woman.
Mm-hmm.
You see things like that, and you're just like, these people don't know how bodies work. And then you see scenes.
Well, the superhero pose, we know that.
Yeah, and then it's like, and then you see scenes like what we're talking about in Arcane. It's like, okay, yeah, that would happen if these two people fought. You know.
Yeah.
But what's sorry? I don't know. I keep cutting you off. No,
that's fine.
I just got a lot to say. Is all.
Yeah. No, I can go on the idea of this. It's like Vi isn't a. I can probably see we're going for it. Vi shouldn't be with how. I mean, I guess knowing what we know about Vi, the character in League of Legends, she's very physical, gets into fights, takes as much as she deals. And yeah, I guess you're sort of right on that. They haven't just gone, oh, Vi's the pretty little flower. We can't rough her up a little bit. No, she's a street kid. She's going to get the shit kicked out of her. But you can know damn well she's also going to deal it as much. Up to the point to the end of that scene where the Deckard pulls out a fucking knife, and she just goes, "Do you really want to do that?"
And well, okay, we have things to say about that.
Okay.
But it's like and the thing about that is like, okay, she's not like, she's if someone like Powder was beating up this kid, I'll be like, all right,
Hmm.
we have some problems here.
Okay.
But like, Vi's like, she's tall, like she's well built for a girl, and like, presumably she probably got some, you know,
I
duking
think
tips
it's sort
from.
of hinted on that she's got a lot of her fighting training from Vanda.
Probably. And Vander's a good fighter. He's
Yeah.
well established to be an extremely capable physical fighter. So it's totally fine that she wins. Noteworthy about this scene. This kind of thing breezes right past you. You don't even pay attention to it at first. Um, but Powder is essentially a non-combatant because she's not physically strong enough to fight.
Yeah.
So it's 4 against 3. Kleiger essentially takes on 2 of these goons by
Yes.
himself, and like he gets hit like once or twice, but like he like kind of kicks their ass. Like he really roughs these 2 people up
Oh,
until one of them goes chasing after Powder.
I think it's that particular bit where he looks like he gets knocked to the ground and then he does the old dirt in the eye trick, and then
Yeah,
suplexes a guy that he would basically clip through the floor. He hit him that hard.
yeah, yeah, like Kleiger is easily the MVP of this fight, like
Hmm.
hands down. Uh, and then, but despite the fact that at some point down the line, they're like, "Oh, I heard you got into a fight." It's like Kleiger's like, "Oh yeah, thanks to Vi." I was like, "Really? Did Vi?"
Yeah,
I
you
mean, I
are
feel like
underselling yourself, mate.
it's like you kind of you probably could have taken the whole team on, honestly,
yeah.
minus the knife.
Yeah, of course, which you did have something you wanted to say in regards to that, because just to set
So
the
the
scene at this
knife,
point,
right?
Deckard pulls a knife out at Vi, and basically like, this fight ain't over. She walks up to him, she says, "Do you want to know how that ends?" They
And
stare off for a little bit, and then
my answer to that is like probably not well for you actually, because
mm,
like Vi won that fight, but like he wasn't armed at the time. She took several hits from
mhm.
Deckard,
Well, I
on
mean,
a relatively, it's like it was probably like a 60-40 split. Like with
yeah,
a knife, like this is not a guaranteed win.
no, I
You're just
mean,
the knife's like here on her fucking face, and you're like, do you want to see how this ends? He's like, yeah, sure, stab.
yeah,
It's like
I mean,
it would be so.
I don't know what scared it about it. I mean, because you see close-ups of both the faces, and you can clearly see the scratches and bruises on Deckard, on Vi. There's bruises on all the cheeks, and there's a bit of blood dripping down the side of her head, which shows that they're
you know
actually trying to go for character acting on this, and
Yeah, and it's
emotion.
like if they were like, you know, if they were like, if she tried that like at the beginning as like a, like it's just confusing because it's like if he was going to pull a knife on them, why didn't he pull the knife at the beginning of the fight
Yeah.
and just be like, give me your stuff, or just stab them, whatever. If you wanted to kill them, then just pull the knife on them and do that. If you
Hmm.
didn't want to kill them, that the knife serves as good intimidation. Be like, okay, maybe I can spook them into giving me the stuff without fighting. And the same can be said about Vi. It's just like, if she was gonna do that, it's like she could have done it at the beginning and be like, "Do you really want to go down that road?" And be like, come up with that level of confidence and be like, "Okay, maybe he does back down from this fight." Who knows? It's like neither of these characters are doing the things that they should be doing at the time that they do it, and that's my
Mm.
problem with the scene.
Okay. No, I can understand on you. I think I was just. I'll say this one. I kind of ended up in geeked out mode on that. I was just like too busy sitting there watching nice slow mo shots of people's faces getting wrecked. Hero or villain, it didn't matter. Just watching good old Fight Club Rocky 3 style slow mo. Okay, I get a bit nerdy on it, but no, I can understand where you come from. The fight was a little. It does sort of end at the beginning in a sort of sense. It's just a bit
Yeah,
off.
that would be. I think that's
But
the best way to put it. It's like
yeah,
it ends with the characters doing the things that they should have done at the beginning, and
yeah,
it's classic anime stuff. They're saving their best move for last, and it's
yeah.
just like, why aren't you just doing this at the beginning?
But
They'll be over by now.
yeah. Otherwise, generally good fight. By the way, Powder has fucked off at this point because one of
Yeah,
the
one of
guys
the
who got the
dudes that
shit out of him just like went.
was fighting Kleiger, broke off, and went chasing Powder. She's got the stuff for some reason. I don't know why she's holding on to it.
think she sort of picked it up to keep it out of the fight because she was going to keep herself out of the fight.
And it's like,
This chase ends poorly. We talked about Powder's. Dear God, I'll get there. Powder's grenades not working. She tries to set up a nail bomb.
which is, that definitely doesn't have the potential to be very dangerous.
Yeah. But she fails to defeat the dude, and they actually fail to get the loot because to get away, she just dumps it. And no one comes out happy.
Yeah, but they got their crystals.
Yeah, we got the crystals. We head down into the Undercity for the first time, punctuated by the song "Playground" by B.M. Miller. Which, if you want some like steampunk style music to introduce an area, you know what, it works. And we sort of look about everything that happens in Zone. Everything's like a seedy underbelly. Everything's being traded. Drinks everywhere. We go past a red light district where we see a yodel prostitute.
Yeah, we sure do.
Which is where I lead into my slight little lore-based rant and retconning.
Apparently, you really care about this this yodel prostitute. So take it away, champ.
I do. Right. I should. Not about the prostitute in particular. The idea of yodels themselves. So yodels are little furry spirit beings that end up in their own realm called Bandle City, and in universe lore, can't be seen by human characters as they are unless they want to be seen. Through that, then, they have this idea of a glamour. So they have a human form that everyone can see, but underneath they're the weird pointy-eared, furry, blue / whatever colour they are, creatures that they can be. What seems to be made clear in Arcane is that they seem to have retconned that sort of idea. Hold on. Just a bit of a background noise there, don't worry about it. What they seem to have done is just retcon that completely, and it seems that everyone in Runeterra can see yodels for what they are. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Which is annoying considering in some of the already established lore, characters like Kennen, who is a yodel ninja, got rid of his glamour anyway because he was happy of what he wanted to be seen as. So that can only suggest to me that the yodel prostitute wants everyone to look at her weird makeup and ears and cleavage as what she wants to be. And I don't know, that doesn't sort of
yeah.
I don't buy that, but
yeah, it's like it's not even like I don't even know why I'm bothered to talk about this. It's not even like it's like a good it's like, oh, look at that yodel. It's like she looks like a 50-year-old fucking meth addict she looks like a 50-year-old who's been smoking meth for 60 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, exactly. And it's just like this is the brothel staff member you would go on if absolutely no one else is available.
That's when you say your prices start at $50 an hour, but they go up to $300. That's the 50. That's where you start. You hire that person so that you can legally say they start that low.
Yeah. So yeah, sorry, that was my hang up on that. So yeah, now I've got that out of the way, and that's now out of my head. We can move on. We're in the last drop, the bar in the lanes.
Last drop is a bar owned by Mr. Vander, Base Vander.
Yes. Who introduces himself initially as as just like oh look, he's the bartender that just everyone shits on, and then soon turns out to be the guy you do not fuck with. Sort of punctuated by one of his lines on this is don't threaten the person who pours the drinks.
Yeah, so there's kind of a whole thing going on in this scene. So first of all, like the interaction immediately starts stupidly. So the guy goes and gets drinks, waddles through the crowd, puts them down. The first thing the big guy across from him says is, "Well, I guess our business here is done." It's just like you just got drinks. Why are you? It's just like, shouldn't you be getting the drinks at the beginning of
Yeah,
business,
yeah.
not the
Was
end?
was what? Well, I guess this could come up to hold on. My business was buying you around at the bar.
Yeah, but it's just like you assume that there's like been like a whole other conversation going on, but you would think that like you would get the drinks like as you sit down and then you talk
Hmm.
about the business, which frankly I think would be more interesting if we'd be like start at the beginning of this conversation and be like, here are the drinks. Now let's talk about business and what I sell and what you want, which apparently isn't particularly relevant because it never comes up again.
Yeah.
But it's like that would be more interesting to me. But now it's just like it's not. It's less interesting and also dumb because it's out of order.
Okay. No,
So
I can
anyway,
understand
but
on
but
you.
but it's like yeah, okay. Vander comes over and he's like, leave basically,
Yeah.
and it's like that's the one thing that's like Vander. I'm like I'm not 100% sure whether I like it or not. If it's smart or not. It's like they go. He seems to kind of toe the line throughout the series of like it's like I don't want I want peace. I don't want people to be fighting. I don't want people to die. I don't
Hmm.
want. But at the same time, it's like I'm also totally willing to kick your ass if you fuck with me.
Yeah.
And it's like I feel like sometimes he goes a little bit too far in that direction, and sometimes he could afford to pull it back a little bit.
Mm.
But for the most part, it's like, yeah, okay, you get what he's about. It's like he's not a
Yeah.
pushover, but he's also not like a violent asshole, you know?
Yeah. He doesn't do anything without thinking about the situation first, and that actually occurs all the way through the act. He's always through actions of Vi and other characters throughout the act. He's always trying to find the best solution,
Yeah, and
and
then
so
his
so it
top
comes out.
priority at all times is taking care of and protecting the people that he sees himself as sort of responsible for, and as
Yeah.
sort of like a unofficial leader type figure among the underground. He's kind of this paternal figure, not just to Vi, like obviously to Vi and
Mm.
Powder and their
But
gang.
to
Like
but to the
it's
members of
more of
the
it's
Undercity
more
as
of a
well.
direct, but like generally speaking, throughout the underground, he is seen as sort of a a fatherly type figure, and that is
Hmm.
consistent. This is why the Vander is the best characters because it's a very strong and consistent character trait that
Mm.
he demonstrates throughout the whole thing, and I like
Yeah.
strong, consistent characters.
Yeah.
That's It's a weird thing to say because you would think that's just a given for storytelling, but it's not
No,
always a given in
you
storytelling.
always need to have one. I mean, it's always nice to have characters that can grow and make mistakes and learn, but it's also nice to
And
just have someone
it's
who is
also
consistently who they are.
yeah, and it's also really nice to have characters like you know good characters like characters who are the people that you're supposed to be rooting for in the story who are actually like like a good people,
Hmm.
people that you actually want to root for, unlike a certain other character's name rhymes with face.
I
Um
guess that's the burden of being a champion, isn't it? I guess.
yeah. So anyway,
So
that whole scene ends. I don't even know if these people are important. They just go
they're
away.
kind of not. They're. I guess that they'd be the ones that would establish Vander's motivations, and then just like just sort of introduce you to this is the man that the Vander is. Right, let's move on, and let's now see how he deals with the children because he notices the most unstealthy entrance into the last drop. Vi and her crew clearly sees the bruise on her face, even though she's tried to cover it up with a hood, and chews them out. He knows what's happened. He ain't fucking around. He goes in there.
But yeah, so I wasn't sure where the framing was going.
Yeah.
Just I actually let me just actually pull this up in the video so I know where specifically
Hmm.
and how the things play out in order. Yeah, he's conversation going on with
So he sort of.
man. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So anyway, we're at that point.
Mhm. So
Gets
yeah,
walking in,
the
talking.
so these so the crew are just there. They're talking about how things went. Milo calls Powder out for being a jinx.
Mm-hmm. Which is very
And
much like it's like things that kind of like he said the thing, guys. It's
yeah,
like
that's
I
that's
feel like
that's
there are just way more appropriate words you can use than jinx to
yeah,
describe something that goes that catastrophically wrong.
yeah. I mean, I guess that's the nod to that's the way of trying to sort of please both crowds. I guess between those who have never played a League of Legends and those who you know
I like that
know.
I like that you referred to it as like a common noun, like a League
Yeah,
of Legends.
yeah, just,
It's like I
yeah.
never played any of them League of Legends, you know.
Yeah, but that's sort of how it is. So yeah, arguments ensue. Vice says something she regrets. Um, Vanda kicks them out, and
Well,
or kicks
well,
everyone but Vi out.
yeah, and I can't remember if it's before or after that, but it's like I remember that's like one of the very first things he says is like, is like, do you understand what could have happened to you? Which is again, this is Vander's character. He's like
Hmm.
he doesn't care about you know, that his top priority is his people. It's like, do you know what could have happened to you specifically?
Yeah,
In this
and
situation, it's like, yeah, no, he's not. He's worried less about the politics and
yeah,
the conflict that this is going to cause. And he's more about worried about his people.
yeah.
So
Whereas Vi responds in a good old in a good old days argument that she couldn't have even possibly knew about because her good old days really never happened.
yeah, her good old days started with
The
her
death of her
parents
parents,
dying,
which doesn't really work.
which is almost kind of like I almost feel like I don't even know if it's a positive or a negative or just a neutral trait about Vi that like it's like like it's pretty well established that Vander, if not the instigator, then certainly one of the people at the forefront of the uprising.
Yeah.
That like he's kind of indirectly responsible for their their deaths, like their parents' deaths. But like, and it's like I feel like maybe Vander is kind of conscientious about this. Like this is maybe one of
Mm,
the reasons why he is the character that he is. That
yeah.
he regrets his actions and because of the losses that it caused, and he wants to prevent that from happening ever again. But
No,
Vi
I
doesn't
feel
seem
that's
to be
exactly
really
the case,
concerned
and
about that.
yeah, yeah. So Vi doesn't like that. I sort of don't like that thing, but they have a little heart to heart anyway before Vanderdone goes out and basically steals Milo's fucking horn that is a door horn. Because no, I knew you would try and listen to this, and goes out on a little fact finding mission with Clagger, where we meet what's his name, the store owner. Is it Bezos? What does
The store owner. I called him shopkeeper for so long. I think his name is Benzo.
Benzo? That's it. And
I thought
Little
it was
Man.
Benzo at first, but because Echo just pronounced it weird, but it's Benzo. Yeah.
Yeah. So that and the person who gave them the tip for the heist in the first place that they called Little Man, it's Tiny Echo. They meet Tiny Echo for the first time.
Right, and that it's. I feel like it's worth pointing out too that there's sort of a chain of events here
Mm.
that this is where things start to come together a little bit.
Hmm.
Um, so we find out. So there's Echo has a brief thing in the conversation where he says, some guy dropped by. He bought a load of stuff. He didn't haggle,
Yeah, I ripped him off by selling it for twice the price.
and I believe he does he at some point say that that's where he got this tip that this is where this mission came
He
from.
basically, yeah, he basically goes on the idea. This is almost feels like um, this is giving me a GTA 5 vibe. That Echo has sold Jace a bunch of stuff that he would then steal back, which just reminds me of the I've forgotten the name of the character, the car dealer in GTA 5 who sells people a car on credit and then makes sure that it cannot be paid back so he can just steal it and just get it repossessed. And that sort of gives me that's sort of Echo's vibe of what
Yeah.
his sort of plan was in regards to that.
So basically, the chain of events is Silco drops by sort of incognito, um, and he is the one that bought all the stuff. Thing, I think that's what it's supposed to be. I think Silco is supposed to be the one that dropped by, and he drops this tip because I guess he's interested in whatever Jace
That's
is
yeah,
holding on
actually.
to. So he wanted someone to go out and find Jace's stuff and hopefully steal from him successfully.
Mhm.
To
And
which
at
then Deckard's job is supposed to be to follow them
and basically get it.
and rob them, or at least track them down, like
Hmm.
follow, like figure out, so that he can eventually secure the goods, whether they go to like a home or whatever.
Yeah.
And then that creates a problem because if that is what happened, and I think that's what's supposed to be implied, I don't want to be like speaking in absolute certain terms here, but I think that's the plan. So Deckard just started a fight with the person he's supposed to be tailing.
Yeah. And
Uh,
that then sort of explains sort of Silco's motivation or response to it later on.
well, that's just the thing. Right? It's like Silco explicitly told him just to follow them and not to interfere,
Hmm.
and just keep track of where they are. But then Deckard just doesn't do that. He just decides instead to
He's just a
attack
hothead
them.
who responds to an equal hothead in terms of Vi.
But
And
like he wasn't even like, but he initiated this conversation. Like,
yeah.
in fact, you could argue that he's responding to Milo, if anything.
Hmm.
Like, he's not. It's like Deckard's just an idiot, I guess, or Silco's an idiot for trusting Deckard. I don't know who to blame here. Like, these characters are behaving in very strange ways.
Yeah, no, I could guess that.
It's like, so it's
Um,
like, why is Silco trusting this random orphan boy? Like, he's got like we find out he's got like an army of fucking loyal goons. Why
yeah,
not send like a perfectly competent adult to go either tail the person who takes his mission, or just send someone to go to that person's house in the first place instead of
yeah,
hoping that random children will, will stumble
yeah.
upon it.
Which is ridiculous because at the end of the day, it works to a point. Um,
Sort
but
of.
yeah,
And the crazy thing is like you think, oh, because from episode 2 and 3, you think, oh, Vander and Silco have like a thing going on. They hate each other, whatever. So this is
mm,
just about Vander. But it's not, because during the conversation where he's like punishing Deckard, he he mentions those kids, and like he's able to put together Silco's able to put together that, he's talking about Vander's kids.
yeah,
So, and it's like that's the first time he realizes that Vander is at all involved. Like that's
hmm
a surprise to him. That's new information. So this plan had nothing to do with Vander up until this point. He changes his plans to find a way to frame Vander and to give Vander problems, but this is not about Vander at first. This is
mm,
all of these things are just happening randomly
yeah.
together.
He's fallen on the information. Really, it's just like
Yeah. So it's
he's
like,
fallen upwards.
yeah, well, it's like you think it's like, yeah, is he supposed to be like this, like, I guess, super smart villain guy with a super smart evil plan? But like all of this just kind of fucking falls together randomly,
Hmm.
and he's not really in control of the information that he is gaining access to.
Yeah, it's just madness, and I guess we can sort of see more of the madness of his plan a little bit later on, and just how it seems to conveniently work for him. What does happen is that Clagger's got to peace out, because a couple of enforcers are about to arrive in Benzo's shop. Those enforcers being
One is
Grayson
a Marcus,
and
and one is a,
Marcus.
yes. Marcus
So
is sort of like, I guess, young, hot-headed officer.
yeah,
Grayson's a little bit more mature, a little
very
bit more
level-headed in
cool.
regards to what she's trying to prevent here, because
Yeah, she's very much like the pilt over counterpart to Vander, where like
hmm
she has a job, she is going to do her job, she has people to take care of, but at the same time, she's not just gonna run in and, guns
yeah,
blazing. She's willing to, to be, what's the word? She's she's willing to negotiate, she's willing to talk, she's willing to,
mm,
you know,
do what she
to,
needs to do before sort of compromise as opposed
yeah,
to.
compromise. That's the word I was looking for.
And yeah, and to a point, it doesn't, fully work. Okay, it does lead to another line. Sort of Marcus leads me to another line in regards to this, and it's like, what detail Vander sort of asks. So, what do you need to know about, who it is? And it's just like, I don't know, whatever thoughts coming up in your thick head. So she goes, "Is my head really that thick?" And Benzo goes, "Ah, no, I'd say it's above average."
Yeah, it's a little above average, but
So. So a request effectively is made by Grayson. Where
it is weird that
She tells Marcus to
like
piss off.
It is weird that like they're just immediately drawing the conclusion that these kids are Vanders. Like, does everybody in the nation know that these kids are Vanders kids? Like, I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, is Vander the only person who has orphans?
Yeah, it's like I could understand them approaching from the angle of like Vander being Vander probably knows who these kids are and
Mm.
could lead them there if he was willing to do that. But it's like the immediate conclusion of like, we know what 4 kids you're talking about. Don't you play dumb with me? It's like, I mean,
Yeah,
I might know. It's a big city.
yeah. So that happens. He gets given a pneumatic tube carrier pigeon device for if he does want to say who it is. And then we cut back to the orphans again, don't we? To Vi, Vi, Powder, and Milo. I think Vi's having a conversation with Milo. And I think this sort of happens around the same time. Milo's like talking about how Powder's useless, and that good old TV trope of character only hears half the conversation before walking off and hearing the complimentary other half
And the
bit.
worst part is that this is probably like one of the worst examples of this that I've seen in a long time, where it's like they they fucking like they like go out of their way to write Vi's dialogue in such a way that is like way more incriminating than it really needed to be at all.
Mm,
Like Vi could very easily say the thing that she said uh in a way that's way more like straightforward and defensive. But no, it's like she has to have this like weird sort of roundabout sarcastic path of like, yeah, you're right. She can't do half the things that you can do. And Powder leaves. It's like such as, be a dickhead, you fuck. And then, it's like she could have just said, stop being an asshole or I'm gonna kick your ass. Like she's my
yeah,
sister.
yeah,
And like I
Stop being an
understand I
arsehole
understand
because
your
she doesn't
problem. Like I
complain.
understand your grievances, but at the same time, like get the fuck over it. She's not leaving.
Yeah,
You're leaving before she leaves. Like
yeah,
she could have just said something like that and it'd be
yeah.
like, they wouldn't have this stupid misunderstanding, which is pointless, by the way. It's not like they
It's
have like a conflict, like
nah. It
they
just
just cry
yeah,
for a couple minutes and it's fine.
yeah. She just basically just says and tells him to shut up by making facial features that say this face says shut up, which
Which is like,
I do like that. I like that.
I
That's
I thought that
personally
was
me.
I thought that was a little silly. It's just kind of like it's just like have like maybe like an actionable threat of some kind, maybe. Like for example, it's just like it's just like saying it's like literally it's like you keep slagging off my sister. I'm not gonna invite you on these outings again. That's just
Yeah.
how it is.
And then be lucky
You're
it's
out of
only
the
not
team.
inviting you because you might end up having another
You're off.
bruise on your face. Because I feel that's the hothead that Vi is. I mean, at the end of the day, she's just looking about, bettering herself against the man. So that's just sort of how it is. Is this the part where now, sort of, Vi meets up with Powder in her bedroom, and she's trying to
Yes.
draw more faces of her grenades, and we have a little heart to heart there.
Yeah. I feel like, is it this scene or is it a different scene where she says something really dumb? See, jumping down. I know it's near the bottom here. Oh yeah, I forgot. There's another good line that Vander has earlier where he's like
Mm.
basically says like when you're a leader, everything is your fault.
Yeah,
When people look up to you, like that's and bad things happen because they followed you. That's your bad.
that's
Whether you
on you.
meant to be a leader or not, that's you're responsible. That's which again really explains his character. It's just like I'm responsible for a lot of bad things, and I don't want to be responsible for more bad things. So I'm just trying to keep the peace.
And again at that point, that's foreshadowing for what happens in episode 3 and all. But
It might be a difference. What I'm thinking of. I know she says at some point to some to the effect of like, "What makes you different makes you stronger," which is
yeah,
not true.
which
Lots of
because this I
people,
think
lots of people like don't have legs. Like that doesn't necessarily make you like better or stronger.
yeah, I
That's
guess I mean
most people would just describe that as a handicap.
yeah, I mean it's probably poorly said, but I can understand the intent. Sort of her trying to keep her little sister just being completely overwhelmed by what she perceives as constant failure. So that sort of comes up, and we end up on that by just making sure that they love each other and they're still sisters by doing a good old rooftop. Let's have a look at all these funny incidents that happened with other members of the group, and them looking out over Piltover and just basically going, yeah, one day we're gonna have them. They'll know. We're better than them.
But it is kind of like, it's like this powder, like they're sisters. Like presumably they don't spend a lot of time like not together. So does Powder like not know about any of these stories?
What I
She's
would,
talking about?
what the dialogue would suggest to me is that Powder has only recently been going on these
But
sort
like,
of these trips.
but like, it's not like Powder's just been sitting in her bedroom all day. Like presumably, I guess like even if she doesn't go on, there's like, do they not talk? Like, do they not talk about these goofy things, these wacky adventures that they've been on?
The time where Milo ended up spreading red paint all over his ass.
It just seems unlikely to me that like this is the first time that she's hearing about this thing, when she's been with her sister her whole life and has presumably known these other people like at least a little bit. Like
Yeah.
Milo and Clyger are not, they're not like super close friends with her, but like they know her, like they have a history.
Yeah. I guess, and as well, actually, I guess now it actually also comes to it, they're all orphans. They're all staying with Vanda, aren't they? They'll all know each other
Yeah.
actually quite well. But I don't know. Maybe there's just some sort of stuff that maybe this was one of those audience show moments, just to give a little bit of exposition on there. But they have their little happy beat. Meanwhile, down in Silco's lair.
Oh yes, this is where all the dumb stuff comes together.
So
Well, I guess
yeah.
according to Steph, I don't know if this is true or not. Apparently, Silco is supposed to be like proto singed or something. I guess.
So we'll quickly sort of go through the scene on this. That Deckard gets interrogated for his absolute fuck up that he did.
Because what he did, the manner in which he fucked up is he was told to do a thing and he just did the opposite of that instead.
Yeah.
Because he just felt like it.
Yeah, but upon finding out that Vanda's involved.
Yeah, but it's like, even though he's like he's working for like a dude who lives in like a fucking shark tank at the docks and is a horrible scary monster man, he decides that not doing what he says is like possibly a good idea. I don't know why he did that.
I mean, that's I think that just shows, like we talked earlier, it just shows how stupid Deckard is.
He is very stupid.
And how problematic that Silco has him as one of his subordinates, or like thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
like here's the thing, right? Like, you can write a character as dumb as you want as long as they are consistently dumb. Like, if they are dumb in a way that is like consistent across the board, it's like, okay, they're just a stupid character. Homer Simpson, he's a dumb character. Yeah. He is always dumb. And
that's
it's okay.
part of his
rely on him being stupid.
Yeah.
But when you think about it, like when it comes to the henchmen and the evilmen,
mm-hmm.
The evil lord, it's like, who's the dumber one? The idiot thug who makes the mistakes, or the dark lord who keeps relying on the dumb thug to do all the things, even though he keeps fucking up.
Yeah.
Take your pick. Like Silco's not a very clever man, honestly.
Yeah, I feel a lot of this is he's got this whole ideology again, which you sort of learn over the next couple of episodes, and that's just sort of how he is. That he does make these silly decisions, but upon learning about Vanda's involvement, rewards Deckard with a meal, and then goes over to his mad scientist friend, who is Singed.
Oh, is that Singed?
The scientist who provides him with Shimmer, what will most likely later be the insanity potion. He's the one. So he's the scientist of Silco. Silco is rumored to be, in League of Legends, the game, like the villainous support. So this whole idea of manipulating people into doing what they want for him and stuff like that, but don't know where that's going yet, because there's other characters introduced in Arcane who also could be the support. But yeah, we have the moment that I would like to call the inversion of the TV show Torchwood's Rat Jam moment, and I would like to happily call this one Cat Jam.
Oh, yep, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
That sure is a scene. It's like, I mean, credit where credit's due. It's like, okay, well, now we know what that does and
yeah,
get an idea of where his brain's at.
yeah. And as to which point, Singed asks Silco if he's got a subject in mind. He says he's already got a volunteer, which
Which
will
is
then
apparently Deckard. Which is
yeah,
like, I'm not really sure what Deckard's like in for. Like, I'm not like I don't know what his investment is in this particular organization. It seems like they do a lot of things that are extremely abusive and dangerous towards Deckard, and Deckard is like just along for the ride.
I think he sort of goes
Like
on
he
it
would
just for
literally be, like he's literally better off on the streets, licking the floor for nourishment than staying anywhere near Silco at this
yeah.
point.
I mean, at that point, just walking into the last drop, going to Vander and go, "I fucked up. I'm sorry. Can I have bed and board?"
He would do it too. Vander's a good guy.
Yeah,
Hang out with Vander. Everyone just do what Vander says.
yeah.
He's the
So
only smart character in this damn show.
yeah.
Uh,
So swiftly on, we move to episode
except
2.
maybe Harbinger. Anyway, yeah, that's pretty much the end of the episode. So
So what have we got?
guess that's
What's
what we
episode
do.
2 called again? You only
Some
just told me
mysteries
it.
are better left unsolved.
Ah, yes. So we talked about it briefly, sort of midway through at the stop point where we talked about how bad Jace is as a character, just not because of how he's being acted or whatever, just because the character of Jace is unlikable. And yeah, so we
I
see the
look. I'm not. It will. I'm not even gonna say it should. It will henceforth go without saying that I have nothing against anyone who portrays anyone in this show.
yeah.
I really. It's. I have one. There is exactly one line of dialogue. The only line of dialogue that I time stamped specifically because it was not well delivered. There was
Mm,
one instance where it was genuinely, seriously bad acting. Beyond that, it was like whatever. Everyone's doing a fine job. We're
mm,
only talking about characters here,
yeah,
and the writing.
fair
Anyway,
enough.
so yes, we
So
cut. Basically, the episode begins with what we described earlier on as the alternate
mhm,
perspective of the break-in scene, where we find out that this is Jace's apartment, and shit blows up in his face.
yeah, and he gets knocked the fuck out. He gets knocked. He
It
gets
does.
knocked back so hard he ends up in a flashback.
Yes. Yeah, we have a basically we have a flashback in a way
Yeah,
because we flashback because that episode starts in a flashback to an earlier scene, which then goes into a flashback.
we start to get the idea of Jace's motivations for harboring stupid explodey shit inside his house.
Yeah, so
Which
Jace and his mom apparently for no good reason are like just on a mountain in the middle of the
traveling in the
snow.
Freljord, and
And she's dying of frostbite. Um, and
little detail I'll explain later that I actually liked in regards to that, but just more of an animation detail rather than anything else. But yeah, he's
I mean, I know her fingers like
mm,
they're all fucked up, and then she has like artificial fingers later.
well, that's the bit that I actually liked on that. It was just like later
Yeah,
on
yeah,
you just see her with those, and it's just like
it's a thing.
very nice.
But
But
yeah, as they're basically ready to die, some random wizard fella shows up,
mhm,
uh, and teleports them to safety.
yeah,
And
he may have realm warped them, as you will, to
there
safety.
you go. He pressed B for recall.
Well, he either pressed B for recall, or as people are theorizing at the moment, pressed R for realm warp. There is
Yeah.
an idea that that could have been an introduction of Rise.
Could be Riot.
He's not blue enough. He's not purple enough to be Rise. But then again,
But then
you
again,
know,
Singed isn't melted enough.
yeah. I mean,
To
yeah,
let
we're looking at that. I mean, at that point, we're looking at he's what right? Jace at that point has got to be like
eyes
10.
aren't big enough. It's there's a lot of he's a little boy. He's probably
Yeah,
like powder-ish age, maybe even younger.
yeah. Because we know that the time between that and later on, there's been at least 14 years passed because Jace states his age in a conversation as 24.
He's 24. Hey, look, we got we got ages for some people.
Yeah.
But yeah, so and at the end of the scene, I guess Jason's like, "Oh, how did you do this? Oh my god!" And Wizard Man gives him, I guess, like a mana stone. Be
Yeah.
like,
Just
"This
like,
is how." And it's like, and from that and forth, Jace was enamored with the possibilities of magic and harnessing magic for science.
reasons. We have our credits, and then we move on to.
Yeah, where do we go from here?
We just have the credits. I'm trying to remember if
I guess it should
him
be
having the sort of the interrogation with Grayson happened immediately after the credits rolled, or if there was another Undercity scene beforehand.
jumping through Netflix here. So we immediately cut back to. I guess he didn't have to go to the hospital or anything because we're right back into his apartment.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So we are
Um,
straight back in the shell of his apartment.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just him. Grayson's there, and so is Victor.
Yes. Or for people who hadn't watched it in subtitles or saw any of the posters, the professor's assistant with his little cane and flowing locks and Russian accent. But yeah, it's
Which is weird.
Victor.
Like this doesn't. But anyway, Victor's here. He's Jace gets arrested, which rightfully so.
Yes.
He basically had a case of live grenades in his closet that he didn't tell anybody about, and they went off. So yeah, he's arrested.
Yeah.
As he should be.
And then so at that point, now we go back to the Undercity, right?
No, we cut straight to him being in jail with Heimerdinger.
Oh, right, okay. For some reason, I'm just
like, oh, Jace, you silly boy, with your
uh,
magic.
Heimerdinger entering the cell by nearly eating shit because he runs in and his head is so top heavy that he's just got to balance himself. Only yodels and balance are not a thing either. But yeah,
So
he
the
sort
name
of
Heimerdinger is it is a little bit goofy to hear that being just said aloud, like in serious conversation. Like it's a very silly name, and it's very hard to have people be like, it's like,
Professor
well,
Heimerdinger.
Professor Heimerdinger, I really want to follow your example, and it's just like, and you're just sitting there going like,
Oh, that little bit of discussion is just like, yeah, Heimerdinger, I really want to follow your things. Yes, with magic. No. And then so we get one of two instances of Heimerdinger basically going, I've seen some shit.
Yeah, it's like, listen, man, you can't magic's bad juju. It's don't do magic. It's don't do drugs, kids.
Don't do this. There's another nation realm in Runeterra called the Masia. They had issues regarding mages and magic. Don't be them.
But yeah, it's so yeah, basically he's like, listen, we're gonna try to appeal your case to the council. If you're really, really lucky, you won't be banished for life.
Yeah.
So just don't say anything about magic, and things should hopefully go over not too terribly.
Yeah, just say, I'm sorry, and that'll be all good. Maybe a bit of community service, that'll be it. Or a slap on the wrist, as Professor Heimeldonga says. It doesn't make it, that does not make it any less immature to say, to be honest, but still.
Heimer, I think I feel like Heimer would just be like a lot to say. But yeah, anyway, so that now we jump back to the ground with Vi and them.
There we
who
go.
are currently laying a bit low, kind of out of the way because they know that the enforcers are coming by to sweep the place and find out the criminals.
Yeah. Oh, this is the arcade scene, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is.
It is.
This is the one where the punching happens.
Yeah, Vi uses a punching machine and tops the leaderboard for the bajillionth time. Jinx Powder sets up the arcade shooting machine for Milo to absolutely suck balls at.
Yeah, and this is the part where I'm kind of like, I feel like they're treating Powder a little unfairly because like immediately after Milo eats shit at the shooting machine, Jinx pulls up and she's like gets like 97 headshots in a row, which
Yeah.
is like okay, so she's like a prodigy sharpshooter. Okay, like I understand like they're really poor and technology is not like a big thing here,
Mm.
but like so like I can't expect. Also, she's a child, so like I don't expect them to have like a gun,
Yeah.
but like a slingshot maybe like
Yeah.
some kind of projectile weapon. Like she'd be really useful with that thing.
Mm. Yeah. And, it's sort of just, yeah, just the fact that she keeps getting called useless, which obviously doesn't do well for the ego at any point, especially when she could do something like that, that if they provided her the situation and the tools to help out in that way.
Yeah, and and it's also like, she's fucking around with these like nail bombs and shit. It's just like, okay, that sounds really dangerous and like it could backfire instantly.
Yeah.
So like, what? Just give her something like a slingshot. It's a lot less likely to backfire and kill your own guys with a slingshot.
Hmm.
Uh, if she had used a slingshot at the end of episode 3, we might not have had what we ended up happening at the end of episode
Well,
3. But we're going to
well,
talk about that in a little
like
while.
like like I say,
Um,
there's the foreshadowing on both sides that come up for that. So Jinx, Powder
Powder.
notices some unrest happening outside of a window, which before she can even say, "Guys, do you see what's happening there?" Slow motion shot of said undercity citizen coming through the window in all this slow motion glory until everyone's seen him and he hits the wall with a thud.
Which is kind of like, okay, like I get that the enforcers are here to sweep all of the Undercity. Like eventually, no matter where they hide, unless they are hiding not in the Undercity or in like a very, very hidden corner of the Undercity, like they're eventually gonna walk by them. But like the coincidence that they just happen to have a dude thrown through the fucking window where they're hiding out in, and like to reveal them, it's like, and they still have the crystals on them, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah,
They
because
could have
apparently,
hidden those crystals and
yeah,
they would
because
have nothing on them.
yeah, keeping it a secret from Vanda apparently means not hiding the crystals in the last drop on any point, just in case he finds them. So keep them on my person the entire time.
Oh, that's also like a thing, right? So, I think that was something that might have happened at the end of last episode. I could be wrong about this. But yeah, because Jinx is like, "Oh yeah, I still have these. I got these crystals things.
Yeah,
We didn't lose everything." And so it's like, should we sell them or give them to Vander or something?
and Vi
And
just goes, "No."
Vi is like, "No, we're gonna keep these. Um,
It's
that
just
will be important later."
yes.
Just put a pin in that. But
Foreshadow pin has been set.
foreshadowing for why Vi might actually be the only character who's worse than Jace.
Ooh,
So anyway, the point is they discover that they've got the crystals on them, or that Powder has them on her, and so they got to make a break for it.
Chase seems the second.
JC the second, yes. So this is a really logistically bizarre sequence that happens just after this. So apparently, Echo is just hanging around. I don't know if he was supposed to be like on watch duty and keeping an eye on him, or if
Yeah,
he just happened to be in the area.
Deus Echo
Um,
Machina.
but he's just there. He's ready to deploy a ladder to save the day, and
Yeah.
yet somehow there's a shot. I actually timestamped this because it's actually so ridiculous. It is at 10:30
Okay.
on episode 2. So they have a shot where it is clearly shown that at the moment the ladder is deployed, before anyone has actually gotten onto the ladder,
Hmm.
the enforcers are there and they are full tilt sprinting towards them at this point. They are no more than 30 feet away from our characters. Like they are, it's not even like they see them and then they are
They're
mid
there.
sprint, 30 feet away from them. Next cut, every single character is up at the top of the ladder except for like one other person, and Powder is just getting on. How the fuck did all 4 of these people, including fat ass Cliger, no offense, Cliger's actually okay, but Cloud and Cliger scramble his fat ass up that ladder in the quarter of a second that he had before those enforcers were on their asses. They are dead to rights. They are done at that point. There is no goddamn way that works out.
Enforcers, the stormtroopers of Runeterra. I mean, to be fair, with the rebreathers and the green eye helmets and stuff like that, because it seems to be only 2 enforcers have a face, and being Marcus and Grayson. So everyone
Yes,
else is
you're only allowed to take your goggles off if you are important, if you are a named character.
yeah. Which one of them, is about to bring out a gun towards a child, which again, like we say, enforcers, they enforce. That's just what they do. But yeah, they get away, and now at that point, it's decided between Vi and Powder that maybe they should hide the crystals.
Which is kind of like, first of all, no shit. Yeah, they should have already been hiding the crystals. But at the same time, it doesn't even matter anymore because before it's like you could be like, okay, it's just some kids making a ruckus downtown before,
Mm-hmm.
but now they know they actually have something like, something like important. Like these are the
These
people.
hex cores or whatever they are.
These
It's just like,
these are the people we're looking for. These 4 children are definitely, and they have multiple eyewitnesses who saw these people. Like they can confirm the identities of these children, make sketches and shit of them.
yeah,
It doesn't even matter at this point if they hide the crystals because if they get found, they get arrested anyway.
yeah.
Like,
And I guess that does go forward a little bit when we get back to the last drop, but
if they'd already hidden the crystals up until that point, and they just go, "Hey, man, it's all cool, officer. Search me, pat me down,"
yeah,
and then they
like
get patted
Milo
down,
tried to do.
and then they just walk away, and then it's like they have nothing on them. If they had done that first, we're all good. But now they
Yeah,
know who they're looking for. Crystals or no crystals, whether they're hidden or not, they're tagged anyway. They're in the
yeah.
system.
Yeah, that's true. Again, though, this seems to be one of those sort of things. If if these things happened, we wouldn't have had Jinx, and we wouldn't have had Arcane. Yeah, there would have been some other events happen, but I can understand the idea of
That's okay.
these
That's
mistakes being
also
made to move the plot forward, and I
that's
know that can be an issue.
I that is just not an argument. Is unfortunately the way it shakes out. Like when you are making the appeal of like this has to happen, otherwise the show doesn't happen. It's just like, then why didn't the show just make this happen in a more organic way? Like it's not like this is the only way that this story could have unfolded. Like you
No,
could
I
have
get
written
you.
a different version of the story that makes perfect sense, and most of the same things happen in just a slightly different order. You
Yeah,
know?
no, I can understand on that. I know that, like you say, because if you use that argument with every other show in existence, then yeah, then what are we watching? Why are we looking for conflict then if we're just going to go for these
What's the thing? Like there are lots
easy
of
outs?
shows. It's like there are lots of shows where it's like things happen, and it's like yeah, that makes sense. That would have happened given these circumstances. It's just like and I'm not and people say that, right? Like, if this didn't happen, then we wouldn't have a show or we wouldn't have a movie. People
Hmm.
say that all the time, like that's just a universal rule. But like, it's not though. There are pieces of media where that question or that idea is either minimized or non-existent because it's just tightly written, and it's just like, we are given ideas of what the world state is like, what characters are doing, and why, and
Yeah,
things just fall into place. Well, these persons do this thing because this is happening in the world, and they are that type of person. Therefore, they would do this action. The action has consequences. Those consequences result in further actions by different characters, which have more consequence, and it cascades downward into a story that just unfolds naturally, and you don't have to stop and ask yourself, well, if this didn't happen, we would have a story, because as far as you're concerned, as far as the world is presented to you, this was always going to happen in this way.
yeah,
That can happen, and that should be, the goal of storytelling is you shouldn't have people stopping like me and saying this shouldn't have happened, because if they had been remotely reasonable about it, they wouldn't have put themselves in this position.
no,
You know,
I get you, and so yeah, I understand that. It's like it wasn't meant to be. I guess on my side, it wasn't meant to be the oh look, easy out that it was so meant to be, then you definitely got the point in regards to that. So yeah, no, I understand completely for that. Actions have been made, however, as dodgy as they were, they've escaped. We end up. We end up back in Piltover again now, don't we, for the trial?
New character who we meet
Oh
for like 30
yes, the pre-trial.
seconds.
Good
This is
old Mel.
is that her name? Mel?
Yes,
The
the
richest person in Piltover, as we are explicitly told by her secretary.
yeah. There's a member of the council. She's played by. I saw her name pop up in here somewhere. Where'd it go? That's it. Tox. Hold on. Tox Olagundoye. Nigerian American English world travelled actress. She plays Mel. Yeah, probably one of the richest members of Piltover, second to that of House Pharos. That's a name that's mentioned, and to anyone who doesn't play League of Legends, that means absolutely fuck all. To a player of League of Legends,
I don't even know who that is. Who is that?
Oh, what if I give you the Steel Shadow, Mrs. Blade Legs, Camille?
Okay, yeah, Camille. It's like it's out of the sea.
Yeah, so it's just a fleeting reference to the true controllers of Piltover, enforced by the Prime Intelligencer Camille Ferros. But yeah, just made as a.
Also, she has a wonderful line of dialogue that I also hate. It's like business is steady, steady is stagnant. Like that's not actually true. So stagnancy implies that it is explicitly implied to mean that there is no progress being made.
Yeah, which is.
But you can make steady progress. You can consistently make an equal amount of progress towards completing a project, and that can be that is usually a good thing.
Yeah.
You know,
I guess
if you are holding a steady course on a ship, you are moving towards your goal. If you are stagnant, you are dead in the water. You are not moving. Those words mean different things.
Yeah, they're contradictory, but I guess this comes to the idea of Mel being clearly ambitious beyond her means at this particular point. But it's also
I'm only the second richest person in Piltover and the least wealthy member of my family. I must be. I need something more. It's just like
I need to do more. As she's inspecting puzzle boxes, which it has a specific reason that says to me that she's already thinking 2 steps ahead, but has only got this far. Yeah, she's inspecting all these puzzle boxes, not happy with them, while also trying to learn information about the trial of Jace.
I mean, look, this is probably she does something way dumber later, so like this scene is fine. It's just I just thought that line of dialogue was dumb.
Yeah.
But anyway,
yeah, so she ends up choosing this children's puzzle box, much to the chagrin of the guy trying to sell her the puzzle boxes.
Yes.
Because
why did you even present her with this option if you think it is so beneath her?
Yeah,
you know, it's just like it's like okay.
But yeah, she takes it because he goes, "This is for a child," and she's just like, "Yes, exactly," which makes sense in a couple of scenes' time.
Okay. So yeah, and again, this is like, and this is a part where I'm not particularly a fan of the way episode 2 is paced, because this starts to get to the point where like we're jumping all over the place. We're seeing a lot of different POVs. Some of them take up several minutes. Some of them are like 30 seconds. And it's just kind of like we're getting a weird idea of like where everything is and what people are doing.
Yeah.
We're not really taking the time to like, and we're really introduced to a lot of new people too. So like,
yeah, because
we're a little bit.
I mean, in this episode alone, we have Jace, we have Caitlyn, we have, it's very, very minor in terms of Caitlyn's parents, Mel.
Yeah, they have like a 40-second scene together. Obviously we're jumping back around with Vi and then Vander and Silco and we're just all over the place.
And the council, which we'll get to at some point as well. It's just like there's a lot of people.
Yeah,
and like
so we go from that scene down to Caitlyn's family, and I have to say, second best character in the show, even though he only has like 2 lines of dialogue. Caitlyn's dad. He has line of dialogue is like, the wife says something like, "Oh, we've always been there for Jace. He's a very ambitious boy." And he's like, "Ambitious? He almost blew up our daughter." And I'm like, "Yes, yes, he did. That is
We
correct."
yeah, which we've just got Caitlyn looking a little bit awkward with her oversized hat
And
on a
Caitlin's like,
on a
"He's
feature
not
set.
a bad guy. He's my friend. We should be there for him." This is like, I
Yeah, and the
miss
mother,
him.
the mother goes, "Yeah, no, we will be," which makes the almost heel turn, a couple of scenes later, just a bit more
Which is kind of weird,
destructive.
right? Like, okay, so maybe we'll talk about it later when I get there, but it's just weird that she has that problem, right? Like, she is totally chill with the fact that he almost blew up their only daughter.
Yeah,
She's like, "Ah, accidents happen," kind of thing. But then she's like not okay with it later on,
yeah.
and I'll get into why that's weird
No,
when
because
we get to
I
that scene.
can, because I'm reckoning I'm going to agree with you in regards to this as well when it comes to it. So yeah, so we have that little mini scene.
And then we jump down to the Salty Spittoon or whatever,
Uh,
Vander's
the,
bar.
the yeah, the last drop.
The last drop, that's it. Oh, go to the Salty Spittoon.
Salty
How
spit.
tough are you? It's
The
like,
chum bucket. We get down to the chum bucket.
yeah, exactly. No, this is too busy for the chum bucket.
Much too busy. Hell, to be honest,
Krusty Krab.
makes the Krusty Krab look empty.
Yeah, but yeah. Anyway, they're basically just having a big powwow of like, "Oh, the enforcers, me. We should go punch them in the face because that worked really well last time. Even though, because they have guns and we have um rusty pipes.
Yeah,
It's like we have numbers. It's like they have guns. Okay, the point of guns is that they are a force multiplier. They
yeah.
multiply the efficacy of your fighting force. You could have 10 times as many people. What's up, pal? You look
Just
like you're.
Martin's coming in the back, so I'm just
Oh,
just
I thought
making
you were
sure.
like raising your hand. I was like, I have a thing to say. I
No,
don't because I obviously have a lot to say, but I don't want to be overriding you the entire time. Um,
no.
but yeah, basically they're just like, we got the numbers, and Vander's like, nah, man, nah, fam. Which again is like, yep, Vander's playing it cool. He's doing the right thing. He's correct in pretty much every scene he's in. Um, and then I guess some chick was all like, You're not the Vander you used to be," and
Just
he's like, "No, I'm better."
yeah, just as a thing on that woman who just basically goes, you're not a coward, you're weak. Does she end up with Silco's law?
I think that's supposed to be, yeah. I think that's like she's like in league with Silco by the end. She's like,
Hmm.
she's with that amongst the army of goons working for Silco.
Yeah,
And she, I don't know. I guess she really likes Silco because she fucking like takes a bullet for him, and
yeah.
metaphorically speaking. And I'd fucking spoiler alert, she fucking dies without doing anything ever. So good for her, I guess. She died for a
Well,
cause, I think.
we'll give you something on that. But yeah, so yeah, it's just because it just comes up to me. It's just like, oh, really, guys, is
I
war to you the only option? Is that really just what you keep thinking?
I think it's quiet outside. I'm gonna open the window again because it's like this room is huge. It's like 150 square feet or something. Like it's pretty big for a master bedroom. Like it's a third of the apartment.
Yeah,
It fucking heats up so fast in here without the AC. So I'm gonna go open.
no worries.
Hopefully last time.
So just trying to think of where we are next. Now, see,
But yeah,
just
basically
weird. It's just like
have
the
that scene.
pacing because I've watched each episode of Arcane twice, and the pace, like you say, the sort of I'm still saying, yeah. I mean, I'm maybe giving Act One a bit more than credit than it is, but still, the main consensus is Act Two is just sloppily paced. It's just all over.
The
It's the
episodes
weakest
is.
of the three
We're
episodes, in my opinion.
it's all Act One in the episode one
Yeah,
and two. That's where we're
yeah.
at. Anyway, so the next thing that we are at after that weird scene is it's not that weird. I mean, Fander's being Vander.
We are at the council trial now, right?
Now we get to the trial scene where
Yes.
they're for he's awaiting his verdict. And I guess the whole point of the whole puzzle box thing was Mel is, I guess, trying to schmooze
Bribe.
with
It,
what's his face? I don't know. I don't even
it,
know if he has a name, but like just
yeah,
main, council
Scottish
man.
council member.
Uh, which I guess one of the other guys is just really shit at it, so he just offers him like his snack, which doesn't work out.
Yeah,
Apparently he's allergic.
he's allergic to nuts, but Puzzle Box apparently is absolutely great, especially with the fact that you can't solve it, which is
Yes.
just great. Just by the by, but just something to come up. How much would you want a clockwork neck piece, or how unwieldy would that clockwork neck piece be?
I guess it would depend on what it was made of. If it was like I don't know, like steel or gold or something, it would probably be pretty hefty.
Just imagine constantly
But I
having
mean,
your
like
neck
if it was
going
like,
click.
say if it was like aluminum and like painted, then maybe it's not so bad. But
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, just
but
that
I
was just a
mean,
small thought I wanted to say.
I guess it really depends on how it's worn. Anyway,
So Jace in another
but anyway,
unlikable character moment, fucking
Jason
mentions
Grayson.
magic.
Yeah, so they have a trial. They have a whole thing where they're just like, Jace, he did a bad thing, but he's a good guy. Cut him some slack. He won't do it again. He's a bad boy. And then, of course, he does the thing where he says that he's been playing with magic.
To which we
Together.
get Heimerdinger's second I've seen shit moment with flashback this time.
Yes, we talk about how, and this is probably like this is like one thing that I actually really appreciate about the world building, where it's like, my first impression when I heard about like the whole hex tech thing is just like, okay, so people think that it's like it might be hypothetically possible, so like they're just really difficult and dangerous. So it's like, well, that's not a very good excuse not to do this. Like, you could probably make it safe to at least test for it until it's definitively undoable. So it's like it seems like a real just a leaving money on the table kind of situation at first, but then they go into like the lore of like, okay, did you know there was a time back in the day where you know these mages were like these warmongering
Mm.
monsters that laid waste countries. It was a horrible time, and so Piltover was supposed to be like, we're gonna make society work without magic.
Yeah.
Magic is forbidden, and science is going to be the way. It'll be our guiding light. So I'm like, okay, the fact that there's like a really serious, like, sensible cultural stigma around the use of magic, that's like, okay, I understand why these people are not particularly interested in trying to make it work. Because like even if you could make it work, it's like you're still like, it's kind of like, it's like, it's like, it's like, it's like nuclear energy kind of thing, where it's like people. It's like, oh, it's really clean. It's really energy efficient. It
Mm.
produces a lot of, it has a lot of positive qualities, and if you do it right, it's not very dangerous. But then you think, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Zarabamba, it's like, there's like that cultural stigma of like, yeah, even if there are positives, like we just really don't want to do it.
Mm.
It doesn't sit well with us, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So they have that. They have that going for them, and that's great.
Jace, basically, from what he says, turns Victor's opinion, as you can kind of like see in the background. But as rousing as a speech that is to affect Victor, it doesn't do well with the crowd and the council, and it requires an intervention from Mummy Talos herself, who basically just goes out and just says, "Yeah, my boy's brilliant, but he's a bit tapped in the head."
Yeah, he's just not he's not well or whatever.
Yeah,
He's
and
he he's not doing so good. Um, which is kind of like, okay, I understand. He's why Jace would find that frustrating, but at the
mhm.
same time, at least he has an advocate, and based on the way the council was going, it's very likely that like fucking safe.
The straight up banishment would have been.
Yeah, that seemed to be like the straightforward punishment, and it seems like he got a reduced sentence largely because of that appeal.
Yeah. Which at this point though, this is where the flip is, isn't it? For Lady Keeneman or whatever, Caitlyn's mom has got it going
Which
on.
is which is weird, right? Because you actually watch the order of hands that go up. Okay, so
Mhm.
Heimer's the first person to make the motion of reducing his sentence to
Yeah.
just expulsion and all that stuff. Followed by first person to put their hands up, Caitlyn's mom. Okay,
Yeah.
that's important. She is the first person, other than the person who made the motion to support sparing Jace.
Yeah.
Then we have,
We have Nut. We have
shake.
Nut eating man who shakes his head, followed by Clockwork.
Well, no, we have Mel who goes first,
Mm.
who because she's interested in, I guess, profiting from the Hex Tech thing at some point because
Yeah.
she's interested in what's going on. We've got Beard Guy who is just doing whatever the person he likes says to do. So, I guess he's just on Mel's side. So he's the fourth vote out of 7
Yeah.
to break the tie, and then Jace gets a reduced sentence.
There we go. He should be happy, but he's not.
He immediately goes home and basically tells his mother like to go fuck herself, essentially.
I'm
He's
going to
like,
speak to
it's like,
someone who
thanks for
knows my
saving me from
situation better.
banishment. It's like, thanks for saving me from banishment, Mom. I'm leaving now. Bye.
Yeah. That's where he tries to tries to get himself some words from Caitlyn.
Although apparently, I guess we're
But there's a bit between that
I
though.
guess we jump from Caitlyn to Silco and Marcus. I guess meet up somewhere. I
Yes.
guess this is the part where they arrange some kind of deal to I guess either
Get the
lure in or
kids
trap
or
the kids or something like that. We don't really. It's really not specific what the
yeah.
problem is. What I like about this scene is how Silco's secret lair is just like in a random building
It's
with
an
like
abandoned fishmonger's, isn't it, or something like that? Fish
with like
factory or something.
yeah, it's just like with just like flimp juice just sprawled out all over in front of his
Yeah,
door.
there's like shimmer everywhere, and you're just like,
This is not secret. Like this isn't safe. Like people can just wander into here. Like they it's like he may as well have a giant neon sign that says "Evil Lair" right above the door, because it would be more like if you had a giant neon sign that said "Evil Lair," like someone would be like, "That's funny. That's obviously a sarcastic joke sign that's not really there." But when you have like veiny, throbby, like acidic, horrible looking like tendrils of goo, like
directly coming out from the doorway.
that is
It's like-
definitively evil. Like that is something bad is down there.
yeah, but
So he's not
yeah.
exactly the stealthiest villain of all time, but he also claims he's not very smart. He actually says this out loud.
Ah,
But anyway, so they have their meeting, they make their arrangements,
they do
and then
that.
that's the
Jace
end.
Jace tells his mum to piss off.
Yeah. It's
Then do
like
we go
anyway,
back to
thanks for nothing,
Silco?
Mom.
Because I'm
Let's
sure
see.
there's this bit where
Jace. So this is the part where Victor and Heimerdinger are kind of taking away Jace's stuff, and this is where Victor goes, "But what if though?
yeah,
But
but
what if
but
next
what
tech?"
if? But what if? I'd like to speak to Jace. Is what he's
Then
saying
we're back.
internally in his head.
Yes. Then after that, again we're like 15, 30-second scenes, oh, back to back to back.
Just jump cut
Then
into,
we're back to Silco.
and that's where we basically, well, insists that Deckard takes Shimmer.
Yeah, and at this point, I'm like, "Hey, Deckard, like, leave." Like these, like he literally looks at the vial and says, "No way, that will kill me." And then Silco's just like, "Come on, do
Yeah.
it." And Decker's like, "Fine," and then he just does it. So again, it's just like, why are these? He's just like no sense of self-preservation. I don't know.
Guttural
What Decker's
screams
motivation.
happen. It's just as it is.
Like if they
Now
had
we
like
jump.
they
Oh, go
need
on.
more scenes together. These two people, like they
Mm.
need to have like a thing where like Silco is like actually like shown to be like really like, you know, because like I don't want to jump too far ahead here, but
Mm.
Silco does a thing at the very end of the of the third episode, where he's like, okay, he's either demonstrating a genuine emotion of some kind, which is interesting,
Hmm.
or he's at least falsifying a genuine emotion, which is equally as interesting.
Yeah.
And I know what I know you know what I'm talking about, and we'll get to it
Mm.
later. There's a lot to get to later, especially in episode 3. But like something like that would be a lot more, would give this scene, this whole relationship between Deckard and him, a lot more context and a lot more depth.
Mm.
You know, it's like if he was like really like emotionally manipulating Deckard or making him really like feel like he's on his side, then it would be more interesting because Deckard could be like conflicted, like, well, you know, you're taking care of me, but you're also making me do a lot of really dangerous stuff that's kind of spooky,
Yeah. What gives?
and it wouldn't. He wouldn't seem like a dumbass like he is,
Hmm.
just listening to what evil man tells you to do and to drink the goop juice.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, so it's like I just feel like this relationship just lacks any stakes or depth, and it's just one of the many weaknesses in the show.
No, I can understand. I mean, like, yeah, like you say, it's like Deckard, get the fuck out of there, man. You know, you've
But yeah,
got it.
so the scene ends with Deckard drinking the goop juice, and he turns into a horrible monster.
Ah.
Lots of
Oh,
screaming. Again, people could just very easily hear that.
yeah. Uh, n- Caitlin's house.
Yes, now we're at Caitlin's
Yeah.
house, where Jason's just kind of rattling on the bars. We're like, "Let me in."
And
Caitlin's
Caitlin's
just like
like,
apparently
we won't
already
see
out
you.
in the rain.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, just
you know,
waiting. It's like she knew he'd turn up.
I guess at some point today, you know, could have come by tomorrow, in a week. You know,
Yeah. A less rainy moment. You know. And this is
but,
the
you know,
point where basically Caitlin's mum says, "Get the fuck out of here! Stop talking to my daughter."
which is weird, right? Because you know she was fine with him when she thought that the worst thing he had ever done was try to blow up her daughter. She was apparently chill with that, but now he's talking about magic, and all of a sudden it's like, whoa! Now you're a really terrible person. I
Yeah,
don't
but
want my girl getting your icky magic
yeah,
germs.
but not terrible enough to banish.
Yeah, and yeah, which is weird because like again, she was the first person to second the motion of reducing Jace's banishment sentence. So she obviously doesn't like hate him at that point, but then she does.
Yeah, and the only thing I can
Allow
think
me.
of is maybe just doing that and getting away from Caitlyn, just protect the daughter. You know what? You've been a good guy to me, but no more. That's
You know,
that.
like you could like there are two very simple fixes here. Number one, first fix, the simplest fix. Okay, the simplest fix. The dad is the one at the door. Okay, the
Yeah,
dad is the one who's like, yeah, get away from my daughter. You're a fucking horrible person,
yeah,
and I don't trust you.
yeah. We've already reintroduced him with
And
protective
then
of the
like
daughter and not very
then maybe
trusting
you
of
get a
Jace.
shot of then maybe you get a shot of the mom in the window, just kind of like, you know, like not like angry, just kind of like, you know, it is the way it is. It's you know,
Yeah,
this is just how it's got to be. You know, no offense, Chase,
yeah.
but I'm not gonna, you know, I can't be associated with you anymore. That's just how it is.
Second
Or
fix.
second fix is have a more reasonable and sympathetic conversation. It's just like Jace is just, you know, it's just like, look, you know, I think you're a good kid. You're smart, but you get into some dangerous stuff, and I can't be associated with that. I can't have my daughter associated with that. And I hope you find your way, and I hope you can recover from this somehow. But for now, we have to go our separate ways. You know, just either change the dialogue or change the person. Very easy fixes. This is just
Yeah.
a very strange and rapid 180 on her character.
Mm.
And she barely
So
has a character. The fact that she has such a small character and she's already contradicting herself is like really, it's almost impressive.
yeah, maybe there's probably some sort of like deep dive there into how much characters in Piltover or citizens of Piltover care about progress and whatnot, but it's not explored enough or sufficiently. It
Yeah, it's
felt
like
like just
you
like a weird
could,
heel turn.
it's like you could present it in such a way where she's like, you know, maybe she's like so posh and aristocratic that she cares more about the image of being associated with magic users than she is about the safety of her own daughter, because her daughter is just some ornate thing that she paints pictures of and treats like a object. Like you could play that angle,
Yeah,
but they don't really go into that either. You know, again,
Well,
again, Caitlyn's dad is like best character. He's suspicious of Jace before anyone else is.
yeah. Right, we move on to.
Is this more of Jace moping, or is this just other
I think
stuff
we
going
have
on?
a
Oh,
we have a last drop moment first, don't we? And then
oh yeah, no. First, we have just a again brief scene of the council people telling the enforcers to do their job,
yes,
basically. Again, another 15-second thing, which actually leads. I think this actually leads to my one of my only other timestamps.
ooh, it's timestamp time.
So first, they have a really great scene actually, where Marcus is in the last drop and he's interrogating Vander. It'd be like, "Here's
Basically
the key
being
to
a
the
dick.
switch." And at this point, he's already met with Silco, so like he knows what he's looking for. And, like
Mhm.
he knows what's up. And he starts drinking, which is interesting. Probably shouldn't do that on the job, but okay.
Yeah.
And Vander has a cool little mechanism where he stealthily warns the kids to go hiding while
Yeah,
he pours a drink. So very clever.
and it's just there, having a smoke, just just constantly eyeing up Marcus while he's just driggling out the bar. There's another there's a faceless enforcer goon trying to find the kids, and Powder nearly has an issue. But I don't like the fact that Marcus put out my boy Vander's pipe in his drink and turned it into a flaming Vander.
Yeah, and so yeah, so my timestamp 28.
There we go. Nice even
I'm
number.
gonna bury the lot of you.
Yeah,
Oh wow, that was a delivery. He
yeah.
sounds so tired and like not. It's just like, well, I'm gonna bury the lot of you.
I mean, it's
Meh.
like he's obviously clear at that point that he can't hold his drink.
But it's like I don't even think he's drunk. Like he's had like 2 sips of this fucking
Yeah, it's just
shot or
like
whatever.
proper hothead. Sends the flaming Vander all over the bar. Not actual
He's
Vander. He's not flaming. He's just
Yeah, and he's like not even like slurring his words or anything. Like that's just him delivering a line of. That's
Yeah,
just a line of dialogue. It's Anyway, that was probably the
yeah.
only like
It's
really
it's
really bad instance of acting that I
it
saw.
did jump out a little bit. Yeah. But other than that, Marcus has still confirmed that he's an arsehole and is playing. That character is still sort of the arsehole, and he'll get chewed out for it a little bit later on. But now, Jace, this is after Vander comes down and checks up on all the kids and
Yeah, so then they have so Jason and Vi have a bit of a moment, which I think is actually probably like their best scene together collectively.
mm,
Where they go to the bridge to
yes,
to Piltover and they have their a very direct conversation. Now I'm drinking apparently.
buried a lot of you.
I've heard a lot of you. Um. But yeah, they basically just be like, it's like, look, you might be angry, you might want to punch people, and maybe that'll make you feel good, but who are you willing to sacrifice for that? Will you sacrifice Milo, Cliger, Powder? Like, who are you willing to part with in exchange for getting your revenge against
Mm,
Piltover? And at that point, it's just like, okay, yeah, we really understand where Vander's coming from at this point. Like, he he hates Piltover. He would very much love to have get his get his dues and get his hands dirty, but at the same time he knows what will happen if he does.
yeah, yeah. Let's
And
think of it this way: he tried that once. He lost people.
yeah, and specifically he lost her people.
Yeah,
Her parents died directly because of mistakes that he made and because he did the thing that other people are advocating for now. People who, I don't know, I guess a lot of these people seem like it's not like a lot of time has passed. Like Vi has had time to go from like a 12-year-old to like a 16-year-old or like a 10-year-old to a 16-year-old. Like
hmm
not a lot of time has passed. A lot of these adults were probably adults still during the uprising. So I'm not sure why everyone seems to be so gung ho about this. I guess
yeah,
they didn't have families or whatever. But anyway, they're It's a good scene. I like it a lot.
It's a good one. Yeah. So now we're at Jace and his what he intends to be his final act of moping.
Yeah,
He's this is a trigger warning for suicide or attempted suicide at this point.
I don't even know if it counts as a trigger warning. This is such a. This might be the most pitiful suicide attempt I've ever seen in my life.
He
First
leaves
of
his
all,
note. He leaves his little arcane rune band.
and it's like this guy lost. Okay, so this guy lost. I I need to pee because I need time and a clear mind to think about this because this scene actually makes me angry.
Oh.
All right, so now let's talk about why Jace is actually the worst character in this show.
Oof.
Um,
We
so
haven't already.
basically, I mean, he's already off to a really bad start, but like it only gets worse. So the whole thing about Jace is that he knows for a fact that the thing he's doing is extremely illegal. This whole hex tech magic experimentation, it's super illegal. So he's doing it in secret. He's doing it as an independent study, as he calls it. He's doing it
Yes.
without the. He's basically stealing the academy's money, is what it would legally amount
Yeah.
to fund his research, his illegal research. So he's obviously shown a willingness to work without the academy's consent, provided they keep giving him his stuff to work with. So like immediately after he has that revoked, he just immediately turns to suicide. Like why wouldn't he just continue to find ways to perform his research without the academy's consent? Like go get a job, like make money, like make the right connections, like he's willing to go as far as do something that is like bordering on a war crime, like in his apartment, but he's not willing to continue to do that after he gets a slap on the wrist.
Mm.
Like he has no like he's got no like gumption. Like he's so easily defeated.
Yeah. Which I guess in that point, looking at a little bit of lore for League of Legends, is a bit contradictory to the nature of Jace and how he's described in his in his character profile. He was someone who was always looking, was always inventing, was also was always finding something, and he struck gold. He didn't give up at the first sign of or the first
Or-
obstacle. I mean, okay,
Yeah,
granted, this obstacle
this
is
is like
losing his
his,
life's
his
work, but still.
yeah, but like he's got a long life ahead of him. Like he is characterized as a person who will do things, not the right way in order to, for the better of mankind or
Yeah,
whatever, the betterment of Piltover. And you would think that type of character would be inclined to, you know, resort to more desperate measures, find some way to stay funded. Someone like even I think Caitlin suggests that he goes to work for some company or whatever as
yeah. I
an
think. Well,
alternative.
he talks about
And
working for
he's
the
like,
family hammer business, and he's just like, yeah, I'll do that. No, I won't. It's just like, no,
yeah, it's just
do.
like do anything. Like, like it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
And then he can continue his research. And it's like and the reason I have a problem with the way he responds to this is that he considers the losing this he considers losing this privilege to be equivalent to death. That he's
Mm.
committing suicide because it's like he considers his life to be over at this point. It's like it seems odd to me that he is willing to commit suicide over this incident, but he's not willing to like actually risk his life to continue the research.
Mm.
Like it is preferable to him to just end it now than to actually do anything remotely dangerous or underhanded to continue his research. And I feel
Yeah.
like he'd be a lot more what's the word when you like root for someone? It's like he'd be a lot more what is that word? There's a specific word
Uh.
for that where you um where like you find someone like you really want
So
to.
you want to root for someone.
Um,
Let's just see what we got. So we know like you want to cheer for someone. Just like let's have a look for synonyms. Let's just applauding, motivating, inspiring, rallying.
no, there's just a. But I mean, I feel like you'd be more on his side if he was like, I'd be like, okay, you know what I did that was stupid. I was taking advantage of the academy. I was putting people's lives in danger. I was very reckless in my research. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start over. I'm just gonna take whatever money I can, whatever jobs I can, and I'm gonna put all my spare time into, recreating this research far away from like the city limits in a very safe, secluded place, some whatever shack
Mm.
out in the middle of nowhere. And it's just gonna be me. If I get hurt, I get hurt. It's my own damn science. It's my own damn fault if I die. And I'm just gonna do small scale experiments with whatever money I can get a hold of, and I'm gonna make this work, or I'm gonna die essentially.
Yeah.
But
Well,
instead of doing any of that, he's just like he's gonna take a 20-foot jump out of his window, which by the way, I don't even like know that that's like 100% fatal. Like it could kill him, but like it also might not.
yeah.
It's like there's there's better ways of doing this, Jace.
Yeah, true. And one of those better ways is not doing it as he is interrupted by Victor.
Yes. So that anyway, yeah, it's bad. Jace is very poorly characterized here.
What
But
also makes
yeah,
Jace as a bad character is what Victor actually says. He signs absolutely every single one of his research notes.
yes,
It's a bit
every single page of
egotistical, I
his,
might add. But...
every single one of his. It's just like, I think I actually wrote. Yeah, one of my last notes for this episode is he signs every page. I think I'm starting to think Jace is kind of an asshole.
which means he doesn't deserve Victor. That's just. I feel that's
Yeah,
probably how that works.
and I just hate the fact too that like at no point is Jace like at all like he's like kind of sorry, but like not really. Like sorry, not sorry. Like he's not really like he doesn't feel the consequences of like I that was actually like a really serious. I fucked up there. I
Yeah.
need to do this differently. And he does it because this episode he does the same fucking thing and pretty much the same fucking way. And the only reason he gets away with it is because it works.
Yeah. But I did like, and again, another Victor line that was like happy through this was like, what was it? When you're trying to make progress, why ask for permission?
He's like, when you're trying to change the world,
That's
don't ask
it.
for permission.
Yeah.
Which is like, again, yes.
That suggests what we were saying that Jay, the character of Jay, should have done.
Yes.
In regards to
But
his
also,
obstacle.
But also, it's like it's not necessarily good advice. I'm sure there's a lot of dictators out there who had the same idea. And it's like, I want to change the world, and I'm not going to ask. And then they did.
How to Be a Tyrant on Netflix. Oh, a bit related. Interesting one on how to watch some of that stuff.
And it's like, I know whatever Victor's supposed to be like kind of shady or whatever, but like, and like if that was like supposed to be like an early sign of that, then good for them. I guess they're doing their work. They're laying the groundwork. But if that was supposed to be like actually inspiring advice, it's kind of like the what makes you different makes you strong thing, where it's like, well, that sounds nice, but it's not actually true when you think about it. That's actually bad advice, but thanks for trying to make me feel better.
Yeah, well, we'll see how the character evolves later. Right, where are we next? Because we must be getting towards the end of the episode now.
This finally is the part where he actually does say that. Where she actually does say that which makes you different, makes you strong.
Oh, so it was. Oh, right, it was here.
That is that scene. So I guess the forces are coming back or whatever, and Vi decides that she is going to, I guess, turn herself in. Oh God!
Okay, she turns herself in by sending Vander's Noom tube to Grayson while she's in the middle of chewing out Marcus for causing a ruckus at the last drop. We don't know that specifically, but we know that Grayson receives the tube that only Vander had.
Yeah.
So,
Well, we know that Vander isn't the one that sent it because
yeah.
he interrupts her in the next episode. But yeah, she's basically decided, you know what, Vander's right. This is my fault. I'm going to take responsibility for myself, and I'm going to turn myself in. And hopefully they'll be okay with that, and this whole thing can just blow over, and my friends and family can be free, and we don't have to go through to war.
Yeah.
So like, and that's a critical moment. That's a very critical key moment where I almost really started to like Vi. The last part of episode 2 here, I was like, okay, we're getting something here. Like Vi's having a bit of an arc here, and like she's on a journey.
Yeah. And
Then episode 3 happens.
and mini rant again.
Go ahead.
And this is a Netflix problem, not specifically an Arcane problem. I fucking despise the false cliffhanger. Particularly in what we were discussing of how we were going to review Arcane, in the fact that we were going to be reviewing it as Netflix would deem for us to have watched it, which is this act, you were expected to watch all 3 episodes. Whether you watched it all in one sitting or not is still a thing, but you were to watch all 3 episodes. Don't put a bloody cliffhanger in the middle of an episode that is instantly resolved at the beginning of the next episode.
Yeah, cliffhangers don't really work if you're like, if it's like, if the next episode is already out, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like cliffhangers are like, they're an overused. They've gone from trope to cliche at this point, where it's like they exist just to make you watch the next thing, and
Yeah.
I would like to think that making a good story is reason enough to make you want to watch the next part of the story, rather than having everything to be like, ooh, what's gonna happen next? You know, it'd be like, I'm just enjoying this show, and I would like to see more of it. You know, like, I can think of quite a few good shows that both do and do not have cliffhangers, and I would have watched them whether they did or not. You know,
and I guess that's sort of my thing on this, is that it's unnecessary given the way that these episodes are being shown to us and the way that we're supposed to consume these shows.
Yes.
Yeah.
They are. Yeah, it's like they may not expect you to watch every episode back to back to back, which I didn't, by the way. I watched them over 3 different days. But like, they do know that you could do that because of the fact that they're being released 3 at a time.
Yeah.
So it's like, you really could just make this like a movie almost. Like, you could just smash them together, cut out the cliffhangers, and just be like, this is a 2-hour movie, you know?
Yeah. So
And
that's the thing.
it would be pretty much the same thing, except less, baity.
Yeah. So let's go resolve that cliffhanger then with the final episode of Act 1, the base violence necessary for change.
Of course, before we have that, we have a weird sequence with Silco narrating.
Oh, we do.
Basically
yes.
explaining like how I guess they used to be like they were sort of like co-leaders of the revolution, and they obviously had a very strong difference of opinions, and that led to a fight in which Vander attempted to drown Silco, apparently unsuccessful.
And then we move on. Very, very vivid description of drowning by Silco through this cold open. Very explicit.
Sort of like,
it's clearly on his mind all this time. It's just,
it's like, it's on one hand, it's quiet, it's calm, it's slow and peaceful. On the other hand, your brain wants to fucking explode and is like violently lashing out at all times.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's kind of an interesting paradox where it's like, on one hand, I guess it's sort of like his sort of a metaphor for his motivation, where it's like, on one hand, getting drowned sort of gave him the clarity of like, now he knows what he must do and how to do it. On the other hand, it really pissed him the fuck off and makes him want vengeance. So it's like I
Yeah.
guess that's supposed to be what it's
Sort of his
about.
motivation in sort of
It
regards to
is.
that.
It is easily the strongest Silco writing in the show.
Yeah, because it
There is
actually
no.
it fleshes him out as a character to that point, or at least gives him some, like I say, some reasoning for what he's doing, what over this, and what he then plans to do going forward. So yeah, we have that credits roll, and we're back with Vi in Benzo's shop.
And she thinks she's about to get caught by the enforcers when in fact she is actually found by Vander and Benzo.
Yeah,
Who
and
and at this point I guess Vander decides is like, you know what? I respect your decision. I think that's I think you're got a good head on your shoulders, but you're too young for this. So I'm basically gonna take your place and throws her in a closet and turns himself in.
yeah, to a willing Grayson who clearly knows that there is someone going, "Let me out!" in the back, but just goes, "Well, I
Yeah,
guess
essentially it's just
is
like
this what you want to do?"
yeah, it's like she thinks this is not a good idea because she knows that Vander's like a really important person, and
Mm-hmm.
she does obviously like respect him.
Yeah.
Like they have that mutual respect. Because they're again like they're essentially uh correspondents. They're equivalent persons
Mm-hmm.
on either side of Piltover and Zahn, so they have that connection going on. But she ultimately respects his decision and decides the people at Piltover don't give a fuck if it's Vander or some random kid. It's like as long as they've got someone to arrest, they'll be happy.
Yeah. And she goes ahead with that plan, which is successful for exactly 4 meters.
Yeah. So then a scene happens.
Yeah. By hearing some like ruckus outside of the of Benzo's shop, considering that they've only just left the place. It is a little bit of a ruckus, and then red.
Yeah. Then the warden is paced.
Yeah, goodbye, Grayson. We hardly knew you. And as we sort of Silco saunters out of the shadows and basically goes, "It was me, Dio. I mean Silco, all
Yeah.
along." We quickly then say goodbye to Benzo.
Yeah. Who also gets just murked in a single shot. So that
Yep.
point that establishes something really important. This juice makes you real fucking strong because you can just rip people apart in a single attack.
Yeah. Anyone who could not be champion adjacent is instantly gibbed in one hit. Vander, however, just takes a knockout punch.
Which is kind of like at first I was actually writing notes to be like, why the fuck they killed Vander? Blah, blah, blah.
Like no.
But then I realized it's like, oh, he's actually not dead.
Yeah. Yeah, but he's
Which is kind
just
of like
dragged away.
it's kind of amazing that he isn't. Honestly,
Yeah,
got
that's what I mean. Is it to
good thing he's
any
got a thick bed, right?
lowly to any lowly undercity citizen, you'd be dead. But to like say someone who's champion adjacent, yeah, absolutely fine. And we leave Vi just silently screaming inside this closet for a bit.
Yeah. I actually think there's like one little bit of like actually kind of good character development where I guess Marcus, we find out that
Yeah.
this is what their whole deal was trying to trying to figure out meet up together and figure out because they both were looking for the same person essentially.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, well, let's work together and find this person. And so at the conclusion of their deal, he's like, well, here's your money. And Marcus is like,
This wasn't
like
how this was supposed to go.
and like you literally see him just like drop the money on the floor and be like, oh fuck, I really fucked up.
Yeah.
I should not have done with I should not have been dealing with this person.
Yeah.
Like, hey, Marcus gets a little bit of an arc.
Yeah. And
It's
we'll
like,
get a
yeah,
little bit
no,
more slightly later on and all. But
he got obsessed with his work and he just wanted to get someone arrested and he didn't realize what was gonna happen and and died.
then we go to logic solving scene with Victor and Jace in his
yeah, more
still in his
okay.
ruined out apartment.
Yes, so here's where things get again really weird for Jason and the crew.
Hmm.
So they figure this shit out in like 6 hours.
Yeah.
They just solve hex tech. The thing the this is Jace's life work.
And
He's
how do we solve this, Duncan? We just go and
just
crank it.
we just crank it. It's just it'll stabilize at higher frequencies.
Yeah.
You know, the highly explosive orb that blew up half a city block. That
All you
just more, and it'll be
all you have
fine.
to do is Soldier Boy it. You.
Exactly. And they figure this out immediately, right? Like this is not a thing that takes time.
No.
They do this in the same night that Victor saves him from suicide.
Yeah.
Okay, so like, wow, good job, guys. You
You
cracked the
made the
case.
you
And
made the
this is what
dream
I mean
work.
by like, this is one of those things where I talked at the beginning of this video, where I was like, this really needed to be longer. Like,
Mm.
Jace needed to have several subsequent experiments, possibly with Victor's assistance. Maybe Victor helps him. Like, Victor comes in and is like, hey, I still got a little bit of academy funding. I'm not a
Yeah.
professor or anything, but I got a little bit of. I'll back you. We can work this together.
Yeah.
They
You're
do a
right.
few
It's
experiments over the course of a whole series.
mm.
Then they solve it.
I mean, at the bare minimum, probably a little bit more than, like you say, 6 hours of the same night. As well as
Yeah.
this massive, as well as massive incidents happening in the Undercity, you've solved you've solved the power problem. You know.
Yeah. And it's just like, so that just feels like it's just like so weak to me.
Mm.
That they go that like it has been I don't even know how long it's been. Like it's been like a couple of days maybe
Yeah, this whole
tops.
act feels like it's just like being set over 36 hours at most.
Yeah, and I'm just like just it needs more time
It's it's
is what
it's
I mean.
a bit condensed. I can understand the storytelling of it, but like you say, yeah, it's too quick.
And I like that also like when they figure out it's like, well, we've figured out how to do it. Now we just got to do it. It's like, well, all my stuff is in Heimerdinger's lab, and Victor's like, he's
Yeah, it's
like,
like, oh no, someone didn't have keys, and yeah, it's just like, there you go.
yeah, and again, this is again immediately Jace is like,
No,
okay, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. But then he does want to do this, and it's
yeah, it's like,
like, well, that didn't take very much convincing.
yeah, it's like, what? Well, yeah, I mean, especially at that point, what choice do you have? Heimerdinger's going to destroy everything the next morning. You've got to go do it.
I'm just saying,
So
like if this, if Jason's willing to like break into Heimerdinger's lab for this shit, you'd be like, if you think maybe he wouldn't just immediately give up on life, you know,
yeah,
maybe pursue alternative avenues, but whatever.
yeah. So they're planning their own little heist and their own little break in uh, to go in there.
So yeah, then we jump back to Vi. There's a weird like tone problem with this, where it's like we're just constantly like,
It's a roller coaster of emotion. Yeah, this is where sort of
yeah, it's like we go from it's like we go from scene with Vander and Warden, and then people get murdered. Then we jump to Jason,
planning the
Vigor
Jace heist.
broing out. Then we're back to Vi for like 30 seconds
Like an
to
inconsolable Vi.
while
Echo opens the door.
and Echo, and it's like, oh, where is he? And then we jump over to Silco. It's like it's like
Yeah,
just chill out, Jesus.
yeah. Yeah, so that bit there is then where Silco is basically telling Vander his motivations and how he considered him a brother. I mean, he calls him brother, but this is clearly unlike the sibling bond that Vi and Powder have. This is just sort of brothers in ideology,
Uh-huh.
and doesn't you know. And probably Chloe shows at that point is that's not as strong as
This is the part
as the other bond.
yeah, this is the part where Silco's most damning line of dialogue comes in, where he's like, you don't to get real power, you don't have to be strong or fast or smart or rich.
Mm.
You just have to really, really want it. And which is like, okay, I think hundreds of years of real world monarchy and uh, you know, uh, noble privilege would
Mm.
disagree. But yeah, it's
See,
like he basically admits it's like you don't have to be smart to win. You just have to be me, which
yeah,
is the opposite of smart.
but it does lead to his other line when he basically calls out Vander for being this is again being weak and a coward again. It's just like you're more than happy to die for a cause, but you're not willing to fight for one. Which
Which I think is like, hey, I think that's kind of like, I think that's pretty well explains Vander's character.
yeah,
You know, just
I mean,
because
it's
you're willing to
clearly
die
even
for a
yeah,
cause doesn't mean you want to fight for it, because sometimes fighting can lead to worse things than the death of one person.
yeah. And again, as we explained with the episode 2 bit, Vander's seen that shit. He's experienced it. He's lived it. He knows what happens, and he's likely to know what would happen again.
And
So,
there's another really interesting piece of dialogue that happens from Silco again, because I just
oh,
love talking about how bad Silco's dialogue is.
oh no,
Um, so he has a line of dialogue. Vander says, do you expect, your even with your monsters or whatever,
hmm
it's not going to be enough to stop Piltover. And he says,
oh yeah, I know this
Silco's
line.
response is like, I don't have to. I just have to scare them. It's just like, wait, so you're gonna go to war knowing that you probably won't win because you want to scare them?
Yeah, I mean, what it ends up being is it's a ham-fisted attempt of explaining Silco's motivation of it is not necessarily wanting to. At least this is what his original plan with Vander was to be independent of Piltover. And this is the first time that the nation state of Zorn
The
is
nation of
is
Zon.
is actually explicitly mentioned. So
Yeah.
it's like it looks like what seems to have happened now is that Silco and Vander's original intention was independence. They tried, they
Wait,
failed, and now
and
Silco just has
it's
had
so
enough with
bizarre.
independence. It's just like,
It's so bizarre. Like on one hand, it's like he says, like, it's like, oh, if they'll, if I will just scare them and they'll never come back to the underground again.
mm,
But it's like, okay, so first of all, no. If you go to war with Piltover, they'll fucking wipe you out. Like
yeah,
they will literally destroy
they'll
you
do a second purging and
wholesale.
they'll just clean it all
Um,
up.
so they won't have to come back to the underground because there will be no people there anymore. They will all be
Yeah,
dead, including you, because you will not have enough monsters and resources to stop them. You just
mm,
admitted this to yourself right now.
yeah,
Um, but even if that's like not what he's going for, it's like what, oh, they won't completely purge you. It's like they won last war, man. They're still all up in your business.
mm,
Day in, day out, and forces are walking up and down the streets, beating up your people, shooting people. Like, what makes you think that just because you got, I don't know, Monster Man people running around that they won't come back for you? Like, he seems so sure that this plan will work, and I just don't see it. Like,
mm,
if the idea was that he was supposed to just be, conceited and arrogant, then that's fine. But like, the show really wants him to seem like a really smart and, like shadowy, like manipulative villain. But none of the things that he actually does and says indicate that. A lot of them seem like really bad ideas
mm.
when you actually like cut into them.
Which well,
And
which especially when you compare his manipulation to that of Mel, who seems to be actually succeeding in getting a lot more of what she wants than Silco has.
and Mel is I don't know. Mel's got something going on.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, a lot of her stuff is still a little bit back, but yeah, no, I can understand Silco.
Speaking,
Do you think
sorry, yeah, go.
a lot of what Silco's doing is more based on emotion rather than logic?
What? Okay, and here's the thing, right? Like, you don't have to immediately start being stupid the moment you get angry, and you don't have to become a robot the moment you start being smart.
Yeah.
You can do a thing that is intelligent and reasonable. Reasonable and logical are not the same thing. That's a
Mm-hmm.
very important distinction. Something that is logical is something that exclusively looks at the facts and, optimizes your response based on those facts. Something that is reasonable does not always care about every single detail and fact, but is justifiable from the perspective of the person carrying out those actions. A person who is angry can reasonably be motivated to violence, even if he knows that that is not the most logical or smartest thing to do,
Mm.
provided
Like,
that is how they are.
yeah.
But Silco, it's just, I feel like he is not in a heightened sense of emotion at most times. He has had years to plan this out and to think this through, and it doesn't feel like he has thought this through at all. It feels
Mm.
like his plan is more or less in the same state it was at the beginning when he first got betrayed by Vander. He just has more resources now. I don't think he really expanded his plan at all to really account for its shortcomings,
Yeah, so he's just
which
tried
is
to.
why I have a problem with this guy.
Fair
He's
enough.
just not a great villain, because the show wants me to think oh man, what this evil mastermind is pulling the strings from the shadows, but he's not. He's not an evil mastermind. He's barely in the shadows. He's fucking. There's sunlight coming in through his main entrance.
Well, let's think of it this way. It's also tough for him to
And
be in the shadows with a giant glowing orange eye. Um,
But yeah, and it's just I'm not convinced by Silco. I'm not convinced that he is as capable of a villain as he thinks he is.
yeah, I mean, we'd probably have to see where he goes sort of later on in regards to this. But yeah, we've got the scene set. Vander's basically dragged away to the chair, and where do we go to next? Again,
This is
I've got a lot of
Jason.
these. In,
Yeah, this is Jason and Victor breaking into Heimerdinger's office.
Heimerdinger's unreasonably large door, with Professor
So,
Heimerdinger at the top, and then 5 keys at the very, very bottom.
so this is the part where I feel like the show is almost jumping the shark at this point. Why the fuck is Mel just hanging the fuck out outside Heimerdinger's office at the exact moment that Jason, and Victor are there? How and why does this happen?
You know what? My bigger question is on why, when being found out by Mel, was Victor's first response to get Heimerdinger's office confused with his bedroom, when the only other person in existence is Jace.
It's just
I mean,
it's just like it's
I know there's a lot of people online who are shipping Victor and Jace at the moment. That's nothing
oh, good
against
for
the
them.
dynamic in the relationship. It's just it's a bit weird that that's what Victor's first response is. This is not my bedroom.
But it's like so she's here now for no reason. It's like there's ways you can do this, dude. There's so many ways. Like all you have to do is have Mel, have people watching out for Jace, making sure he's, you know, going the right place, doing the right things, keeping an eye on him, keeping tabs on where he is, and then you have Mel run into him because of she knows where he is.
Yeah.
Or maybe she has perfectly reasonable business and she's staying after hours, and while she's there, she happens to overhear Jason and Victor doing something that accidentally draws attention to themselves, making a little bit more noise or not being as stealthy as they should be,
Hmm.
and that's how they come into him. But she's just there. She is just they're quiet, they are stealthy. There's no indication that they're being followed or that they're being unreasonably loud. They just go
Yeah.
click. What are
And
you
then he
doing here?
suddenly jump Mel.
Yeah, it's just like they just need the scenes to happen so that they can get the rest of the story. And it's like you could fix this by just adding more scenes. Make the show longer.
Yeah. But yeah, they sit there and Mel manage to use her wiles to stop the apparent lone guard in the academy from finding them
Yeah.
with the most epic beard, by the way. That is a beard fit for a Porro, or mustache fit for a Porro. Um, yeah, so that's Braun.
Uh-huh.
No, it's not Braun. It's not.
It would
But,
be great. But then she does something else stupid. And so okay, so being associated with magic, like even remotely, is like super illegal in
mhm.
Piltover. Uh it's it's established that that's like bad juju. The whole reason he's getting banished instead of just being like getting a timeout is because he touched magic.
Hmm.
Um, so like to even suggest that you might be like abetting these people is like really damning and potentially damaging to your career.
Yeah.
So like Mel gives them a time limit of 1 day, 24 hours, which apparently when you can solve Hextech in an evening is like not a pretty long period of time. But
Yeah,
like
you got plenty
in
of
terms
time,
of
no
like
rush.
actual science, 1 day is not a very much time. But the time limit is pointless anyway because it's like it's suggested that like whatever she's gonna like turn them in or whatever if they don't if they don't do the job in a day.
Basically says
She's
that they
not
have
gonna
to
cover
both
their
pack their
asses
bags.
forever. Yeah, it's like she's not gonna cover their asses forever kind of thing. But like, there's no downside to just giving them as much time as they want because if her whole motivation is that she just wants to be invested in their future Hextech company
Yeah.
and profit from that, like there is no downside to her just letting them do whatever and just turning a blind eye, pretending that nothing happened.
Mm. Especially
But
when she seems entirely capable of manipulating whoever she needs to
but
fit that purpose.
but it's also but while there is no downside to having an infinite time limit, there is a downside to having a finite time limit because if they fail to whatever perform within the 24 hours she gives them, uh, and she, you know, like they're outside Heimerdinger's office. Okay, this is like a really important person in the world of Piltover, like politically,
Yeah.
and they're about to go do something. They're about to steal from him, and she's essentially abetting this by allowing it to happen.
Mm.
She's culpable at this point. She's legally culpable for this incident, as well as anything that may result from it. Um, so if she turns around later and decides to turn them in, and they say, "Well, she was there. She could have stopped us. She didn't say anything. She's culpable too." Her fucking career is gone. She's out. She's under arrest. She's losing her position. She loses her money. She loses everything.
Yeah.
So like, just let them chill or turn them in immediately. Those are your
Mm.
options. You turn them in tomorrow, guess what? You're done. And also, from like a moral perspective, if she, if she doesn't turn them in now and their experiment goes wrong and blows up the building and a bunch of people die, guess who's left to you know, I guess she's hoping that they'll both die in the explosion so that she doesn't have any witnesses because if they survive, uh that's another way she gets caught.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I can understand. Mel's motivation and reasonings are, they're off.
Mad?
I mean,
Nonsense?
my still like concern is clearly she's still more about her than there's letting on because she's been there and has basically pulled every string up to that point, and that's you know. So if it is, that's why I've said that she was more successful in her actions than Silco seems to be in his. Both of them are
Here's what
trying the
I
manipulation tactic, and one of them is failing at every opportunity, and then one, regardless of how bad or good the option is working.
It's like, well, here's the thought. What if maybe 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 Mel, instead of doing what she did, maybe Mel approaches Jace and Victor and being like, hey, let's collab, guys. Under the table kind of thing.
Yeah,
I'll you may have got lost your stuff, but I can supply you with new stuff. I'm super wealthy. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. Rather than doing all this like really
behind the
sketchy shit that
shadows.
like all this really like sketchy shit that shouldn't happen in this order, like just set up reasonable relationships, people who have motivations and take actions to further those motivations rather than just having people coincidentally meet up in random places at unexpected time.
Yeah,
This is what I mean by like when I was saying like actions. People have motivations which lead to actions, which lead to consequences, which leads to more actions, more consequences, cascading effect.
hmm
This is not that. This is people meeting up randomly and responding to the situation when it happens. You know, the story is driving the characters. The characters are not driving the story, and that's when things start to go weird.
Mm. Okay, fair enough. Right, so anyway, we've talked about the antics of Jace and Victor for long enough. There, we go back to the
Yeah, I mean,
gang, right?
I go on about it a lot, but it's like it's important. This is what I'm here for.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean, and yeah, no, like I said, this just continues. If it's to say anything, even though, and I'm going to say this, even though I like this episode a lot, it's the Jace part of the story that I feel is getting in the way of the Vi and Powder storyline.
And I've got
Something
plenty to say
something
about the
about this.
Violent Power Starlight too. Don't you worry. But
I mean, that's just my sort of thing on this, and I'm still gonna bring it out there. I like the whole Vi and Powder arc with a couple of caveats, but yeah, this Jace, this Jicta Vase shipping business it's getting in the way. It is, and I know the hex tech thing and the progress that's required is integral to the history of Piltover and what leads on. But
I think another thing that I really hate about this from like an ethical standpoint is that ultimately, and honestly, there's nothing else to talk about except just skipping to the end with their story. Ultimately, Victor and Jace do fix the hex tech gear. They almost blow up Hammerdinger's office, but they pull it together at the last minute, and it's fine. And the ultimate resolution is Jace essentially gets rewarded for being a criminal and a scumbag and not listening to the rules. And it's just like I really hate the idea of like good characters, like sympathetic characters that you're supposed to root for, getting not only getting away with, but being rewarded with actions that should be considered both legally and morally reprehensible from like a world building standpoint. Like, like he's gonna go on to be a successful genius inventor. He's gonna be absolved of his crimes. He's gonna go on to be the Jace that we know from League of Legends lore. And I think that sucks because we know that that is rooted in him being a bad person and not doing good things.
mm-hmm.
And it's not presented in that way. It's not presented as though he is a dubious individual. He is presented as the good guy. He's presented as the hero. But he does not behave heroically. He does not behave selflessly, or he's not a good like Iron Man, Let's look at Iron Man. His inventions, his weapons, they cause terrorism. They cause horrible things to happen thousands of miles away from him, and he doesn't know. He doesn't care. He's just rich and an asshole. But then he actually goes to a part in the world where that's happening, and he sees that happen. He gets shot. People he cares about die as a result of his weapons, and he's like, fuck, I've been a really bad person, and I need to spend the rest of my life undoing all the mistakes that I've made. That's heroic. That's like, I've done. I don't. I'm taking responsibility for myself, and I'm making a comeback. I might never quite wash all the blood off my hands, but I'm going to do everything I can for as long as I can until I die. That's the kind of thing I root for in characters.
Yeah,
and
you
Jason's
can bring that.
Not going to have that moment.
Yeah, well, I mean, for a start, Jace hasn't actually taken any responsibility for any of his actions.
It's like he makes a show of an apology at the council, but then he just goes right back into doing the thing that he was doing before. Not any different. Like literally,
he whips out that hex tech shovel and just carried on burying himself.
He goes from blowing up his own office to blowing up his professor's office with arguably more people at risk and more property at risk. He's not sorry. He doesn't grow as a person at all.
Yeah. Which is more than can be said, in regards to the other bit. So yeah, I guess at that point we've resolved the Jace and Victor storyline for this episode.
Yeah.
We can dump that now. So we can focus now on this rest of the episode. So, so where we left with Vi is that Echo would basically, he's cried his heart out that Benzo's dead, and they've, decided or determined that they've got some sort of idea of where Victor's been taken. And they planned that back at the last drop. Clagor and Milo have set up their weaponry for this fight, which includes Vander's gauntlets, a bat, and something else. Basically, they've scraped everything that they could, and they get themselves ready for doing this. What is effectively a suicide mission that Powder wants to join.
And Vi says no.
Yeah.
No, this is not her place. Whatever. This put her in danger. And it's like on one hand, it's like Vi is almost being doing the right thing here by keeping the kid out of the fight.
Yeah.
Again, maybe her little slingshot, something. Maybe she might actually be helpful. Yeah. Really good shot. Just saying.
Fight from afar, But she basically just tries to let
crystals.
Yeah, she lets Powder down badly. In the case of her just going, "You're not ready." So like I told you, I could trust you for these missions. I lied.
Yeah. Yeah. No, she does. She does that. She do that thing though. So I guess then that just jumps us back to Jace, which we've already, we've kind of already done with that. I think there's a bit where we cut to Powder crying for a bit.
Powder having a breakdown.
Yeah, no, she's definitely very upset about the fact that she can't help. She feels pretty bad about her inability to contribute, even though it's just not being.
That combined with fear of abandonment.
Yeah, well, it was like she's. No, she only feels that way because she's not being pushed towards her actual skills. Like, she's really bad at these grenade things, but man, she sure can shoot. Maybe she's just gotta realign her skills. Maybe, I don't know.
But so the thing is, while during one of these moments of PTSD effectively and all that stuff, she flings the hex cores across the room. They don't explode because they didn't hit a wall.
What she was about to do, because you got a shot of the cores in like a whatever her like
a little briefcase that she had,
and she's about to throw them on the floor, and I'm just like,
that'll end badly.
She's about to nuke herself, and then she lets them down.
Imagine the alternate shot for that would be her throwing the suitcase. You don't see her throw the suitcase on the ground. You just cut to a wide shot of the last drop and like a little blue.
And then we find out that Jinx is just like a clone. It's just use some DNA as like a base for the form, and then but she's just pure psycho.
Yeah, she basically just realizes she can use the cores in one of her little
basically
homemade bomb things.
It's also like at this point, this is actually like the first time anyone is able to put together that those cores are responsible for the explosion. No one actually knows that, by the way, except for maybe Jace.
Yeah.
And obviously he has nothing to do with this story. So like this is the first time she's like, oh wait, I could do a thing.
I did this. I can do this. And so she does and gets it prepared.
So she's then we're back to Jace again. More Hextech nonsense going on. I don't know why they wouldn't just show us the whole Hextech scene at once rather than interspersing it. Like the audience is going to get bored if they're staring at something for more than 30 seconds. Like,
I mean, given that there's an extended fight scene about to come up, it's it works out. So they sneak into the fish factory, get to Vander, and he's like, "How the hell did you get through? Didn't you get through all the guards?" And they basically go, "There were no shit."
Well, it's basically like, "Oh, there was just an open window," and it's like, "Oh, wait, that was probably a trap."
And we have another trope. Villain congratulates with slow clap.
I'm convinced that Silco just like he just went through like he he went through like his teenage emo phase, like in his 30s, and it's just like he's just watched a lot of like,
James
you
Bond.
know, oh, well, yeah, he just wanted to be I feel like he knows he's the villain, and he's just like, I'm just gonna do villain stuff. Yeah, villains
Yeah.
have evil plans, and they have evil serums, and they slow clap. Shit, I don't have any physical deformities. And
Monologue.
then, you know, I just yeah. Anyway, Silco's just being a bit of a goon.
Yeah. So then we, like we say, we
Meanwhile,
get
again,
this.
army of goons shows up on Silco's side,
Yeah.
who are presumably like the rebels who are ready to go fight for Zahn.
Yeah. So yeah, Vi dons Vander's gauntlets. Gives the epic uppercut to tattooed growling guy.
So, I believe I referred to this moment in my notes as the moment where the show officially shits the bed.
Oh, that's okay, right, okay. I'm gonna say that's unfair, but please go ahead.
So, okay. So, do you remember what happens in episode 1 sometime around the halfway point when they come back with all the loot
Yeah,
and they get into a fight, right? And it's like
yeah,
there's like a whole fight scene. And like so like So like Vi's there, and she's getting into a fight with some street orphan who's probably about her age, whatever, mid-teens or whatever. And like it's a fairly even fight, like she gets the upper hand, she beats him, but she takes a couple of hits, she gets scuffed up pretty good in that
am
fight.
I going on the idea that you're a
Uh,
bit uncomfortable with a 36-hour power level
against
increase?
against a street orphan who is 120 pounds and the same age as her, she barely wins.
Hmm.
And now that she has what I'm just gonna go ahead and describe as being relatively ordinary gauntlets. Like these are not like fucking like gun powered magic super gauntlets. Like it's iron. It is
Hmm.
iron strapped to her wrist.
Cast iron's hard to get the blood off.
Yeah. And I guess now she can fight an entire army of adult like fucking mercenaries by herself
Yeah.
because she has gauntlets now.
Well, yeah,
She
you've got to have
doesn't
the.
like the implication at the end of that scene where she wins the fight against Deckard
Hmm.
is that it didn't matter that she was like that he was armed now, like she was just so much better than him that she would win anyway. So it's like she's supposed to be like some kind of crazy good fighter, I guess, but she like really didn't. It's like she barely won that fight against a child. These people are like 30. One of them is like the size of a fucking Volkswagen Beetle. And and, uh, and she beats them all on her own. I'm like,
Yeah.
what is happening in this scene?
Well, I mean, she gets her comeuppance almost immediately after beating them all on their own because Mega Deckard appears again.
So we're just gonna skip past the part where
Oh, go on. What have I missed?
I'm just saying, like, we're done with that scene. We're not gonna talk anymore about
Well,
how
I mean,
insanely unreasonable this is.
would it help to say again? I kind of nerded out.
Not really. Not really.
No, I can
It's like,
understand where you're coming from in terms of
it's like
the
the thing is,
fighting.
right? Like, as soon as I saw what was gonna happen, I was just like, oh no, they're about to do the thing.
Yeah, like I mean, I saw them about to do the thing. Got worried that they were going to do the thing. They did the thing, and I was still happy that they did the thing. Um, but that
It's
just might
like,
be me. I
and
know.
then
I
and it's like,
know.
and it's like they all just sort of like line up like one after another too. Like
I
just
believe. I
rush her.
believe.
She's a small child. Grab her
I,
by the arms and throw her over the
I believe
bridge,
this.
dude.
This is the term on a video series that we're not going to mention is them suffering from a case of the one at a time itis.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, it's like wait your turn, the clock. I don't know.
Look, but that's
It's
yeah, that's
but again,
troped
like these are
everywhere. But
like And this is supposed to be like the army that is supposed to be like fighting for the freedom of Zon, right? Like these are the people who are like, hell yeah, man, let's go and fucking kick those Piltover guys' ass. They got guns and technology and armor and stuff, but we got numbers, we got legions, and they get murked by one fucking teenager with frying pans taped to her wrist.
Yeah.
And presumably, this is the same fighting force that is going to take over a whole nation or some shit.
Or as we heard earlier, just scare them a little.
Yeah, I would say that a little is an understatement. One
Little.
squad of dudes with just get like a half a dozen dudes with guns. These guys are dead. They're done.
Yeah. But now if they all had shimmer, that'd probably be a different thing. But no, they decided to just give it to Deckard and Deckard only. Um, which that fight lasts and goes as well as expected for Vi. Slow motion jump out to a Deckard that is not even looking at her, and then chokeslam.
Yeah. So like,
I
that's
guess
also a
it,
thing.
if we're
Um,
selling the strength of Shimmer, that's still confirmed.
Yeah, no, and I mean, it's obviously I didn't expect if she had beaten him with the shimmer, I would not even have fucking bothered with this review. I'd be like, I'll just fucking like this thing is shit. Just leave me alone.
Okay.
But so like it's reasonable that she lost, but like it's also like they do the thing again. They do the trope where it's like, here's this villain who could literally one shot her, like literally paste her in one hit, and what's he doing? He's like throw, push, slow. He's also like it's also shown that he's like superhumanly fast.
Mm,
Like he is a blur of muscle. Like he's not just a lumbering, hulk of meat. He's
yeah.
extremely fast in this form.
Yeah, he's not like your
Uh
heavyweight monster, is he? Like you would have in a wrestling thing, because he just lumbers around and does the big moves.
yeah, but it's like but instead of like, just finishing the fight and like, crushing Vi's head, which he could have instantly, he just sort of like movie villain walks towards her like, eh, which coincidentally gives her enough time to whip behind a door that thankfully has a lock on it
Hmm.
that she can exploit. Lucky
Yeah.
for our heroes.
So that happens, and then we get this race against time thing. You've got Powder flying up some ladders and having a little bit of peril moments of rotten wood. While at the same time, you know, Deckard is trying to smash his way into the door. Milo's being given a confidence boost by Vander on how to lockpick efficiently, and he succeeds at doing it. Clagger's managed to find a way out, or is finding a way out of the building. He's found a weak spot in the wall and is just pummeling with his iron pipe bat thing. And I guess this is the thing that sort of comes up on this. I guess this sort of explains where Powder can be the Jinx through this, because she cannot see what's happening to the guys in that room. She can just see the goons on the bridge ready to smash into this door. And the way that she solves this is she sets out a little monkey bomb, which she puts, is it 4 hex cores in? It's like 3 go in the head, and then 1 is on the symbols
Something like that.
that smash in. And she sends the bomb in. And Deckard looks at the bomb, like, duh?
Yeah. Yeah.
In just a
Oh
confirmation
boy.
of Deckard's relative intelligence to, you know, the physical strength that he's got. And boom,
Yeah, I'm jumping ahead here because again, interspersed with all this nonsense is Jace
the
getting
Jace sequences.
is the Jace scene.
Yeah.
So yeah, so they're about to break. So right around the same time that Super Deckard is about to punch his way through
Mm-hmm.
the door is around the time that Cligger successfully rips a hole in the wall. Which, by the way, I actually made a note in
Mm.
here where I was just like, how did I phrase it? I need to find this. Cligger, yeah, it's like, yeah. My note for that for that brief shot was Clagger fucks an entire wall in like 5 minutes. Clagger is a boss and is way stronger than Vi. Uh,
I mean, yeah, you know what, Clagger is great, and that's the thing to take into account because what happens here is, yeah, seconds before the monkey bomb goes off, Vi, Vander, Milo, Clagger can successfully get out of that room. Everything's all sorted.
yeah, everything's great.
The thing to remember on that is Powder did not see that.
Yep, no, she doesn't know.
Yeah. So the bomb goes off. It shakes Vi off the building, and she's just happy of, ooh, the pretty explosions. I did a thing.
You mean Powder?
Powder, not Vi, not Jinx. Yeah.
Not Jinx
So,
yet.
yeah. So she's
yeah,
like
so
happy about all the pretty explosions.
Also, she survives that. I don't know where the fuck she lands. I hope she landed in the water, because if she landed on concrete, her head is an egg.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's all very nice, and
we get
basically the
multiple points of view with this, don't we?
Yeah, little unnecessary, in my opinion. But so basically, the entire facility, because apparently this goop stuff is very flammable, as it turns out. The whole building gets fucked by this bomb.
Singed gets his namesake at this point.
Yes, singed. It gets singed.
Which to take into account, by the way, that he was sat there, still working on his vials while all that was happening.
Clearly not concerned about what was going on. So that was kind of interesting. So I guess this is the part where we talk about the thing, and then we make a decision on whether we like this or not.
Yes,
because I have one very strong opinion about this, and I feel like you probably have a different opinion about this.
So we're gonna sort of like do this through multiple points of view. The whole building blows up. The black woman who takes a bullet for Silco loses an arm because it just melts away, while some of the goons are still on the bridge. Don't ask how. Don't worry. The shrapnel and a hex core burst through the reinforced door, headshotting Clagger, and just kills him instantly. Milo ends up taking an iron pipe to the shoulder. He looks at Clagger's dead body and thinks, oh god, he's dead. At least gets crushed by a building. Vi is crushed by the door. Vander is just all over the place. Marcus notices the explosion from the dock somewhere because he's still looking at his blood money and going, did I make the right call? And Vander looks at all this wreckage and goes, for this, I'm going to need to defend myself. There's Silco, that's all that's pretty much left. Deckard's still alive, but he gets himself, what is it, like, it's basically the shackles that he had on his feet, he reconverts into fisticuffs. Tries fighting Deckard, he's overwhelmed. Silco.
So we're gonna stop at some point to talk about what just happened, right? Like, right?
Go ahead.
Like, we're not just gonna breeze through this.
No, well, I was just trying to explain those bits. I'm just wondering where that bit was that you were at.
I just
Are you at this
a bigger deal of the fact that, Clagger and
my boys
Milo are just fucking dead. Jinx fucking killed them both.
Yeah. To give you a little bit of a trivia bit on
that,
this.
I was like, my brain kind of had like a bit of like an explosion of like emotions.
No, I can understand.
Emotions, like my mouth actually like physically dropped open when I saw that scene. I was like,
yeah,
like, and not necessarily in like a good way. Like, I just kind of saw it. I'm like, what do I do? What do I do? I can't process this information.
Yeah. See, this is the point where I consider them catalyst characters at that point. To give you a tiny little bit of trivia, by the way, Vi's original splash art in League of Legends, she's wearing a pair of goggles above her head. It's pretty much confirmed that they are Clagger's goggles. So it's just like, all right, that's where they've come from. People initially thought, oh, it's Echo. He wears Clagger's goggles. No, that's a separate, related person who wears goggles who died. That Echo wears as a memorial. There's a graphic novel in regarding Echo trying to save the life of one of his friends. Um, repeats the process with his Z drive over and over again. Realizes that he still can't save him because even though he gets to his friend in time, the guy who kills the kid destroys his Z drive, so it stops him from going back. But yeah, no, Clagger. I
So it's
mean,
like, so it's
it,
like,
it came out of sort of left field. It was just like, really, is this
yeah, a little bit. So like, so let's talk about this, okay? Let's talk about stories and how
okay?
they're told. So we have this thing. You can call it a trope or a storytelling device or whatever you want to call it. We have
Hmm.
this thing in writing where it's called setup and payoff, right?
Okay.
It's a very basic way of telling a story where, you establish a thing either through an action or a piece of dialogue or, whatever world building, and it seems innocuous at the time, but later on, that thing becomes relevant because something important happens and it's directly related to that thing.
Yeah.
You know, the most basic example of setup and payoff is the infamous Chekhov's gun.
Yeah.
You establish that there's a gun on the wall in the beginning of the scene. At the end of the scene, the gun goes off. Gun is
Yeah.
fired. Setup, payoff.
Yeah. There's the whole
Uh,
idea of don't put something in there and not use it.
yeah. And so we have the setup for Jinx, or I guess I don't even. It's Powder. For Powder, she has these things. She has these sort of homemade weapons, homemade grenades, or
Mhm.
whatever, and they never work. And she's frustrated by that because she's she's not a physically strong person. She can't fight like Vi or like Milo or like Liger. So the only way she can get by is with doing things like that. Her little fake toy grenade things, and even
Mhm.
those don't work. She's frustrated that she can't contribute in any way.
Yeah.
And Vi tells her, it's like, eventually this is going to work. Eventually you're going to, this is going to be helpful. Don't worry about being physically strong. You just keep doing the thing that makes you you, and eventually things are going to work out. So
Mhm.
it's like when you establish that as like her setup, it's like having the payoff to that be she finally succeeds at doing the thing that she's been trying to do this whole time, and in doing so, she fucking murders two of her friends. Well, manslaughters two. She kills two of her
Yeah.
friends. That is a fucking bizarre way to pay that off,
Mm.
because it's not. That's not the suggestion as to what that is supposed to be about at all. Like, it's not framed as though like she like if you were gonna do this and you were gonna be like, like at the end of the story, Jinx is gonna end up killing her friends by accident, and it's gonna be terribly sad and tragic. It's like,
Yeah.
wouldn't it make more sense? And you feel free to stop me and argue against me at any point. Wouldn't it make more sense if you establish that maybe early on, Powder, she's working on her, she's tinkering with her toys and her bombs, but she's doing things that are like really like but she's going a little bit too far. Like, oh, she's got a nail bomb. And it's like, well, that seems like something that could really backfire. And then you have a seed where maybe it backfires, and someone gets like a nail in the leg or whatever. And it's like, it's not a fatal injury. It's just like, ow, you that hurt. That could have been like really bad. It's like, Powder. It's a really good idea, but like, you do this sort of thing. It's like, it's gonna hurt somebody at some point. Like you need a change in tactics here.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, well, I'll work on this. And then that's your setup of like, sometimes she wants to help, but like sometimes the things that she does to help uh really fucks them over,
Mm.
or can backfire. And then your payoff is she accidentally kills somebody. It's like,
Yeah,
to me,
so
to have
again,
her first, to have her first. Sorry, go ahead. I don't want to
well, no,
totally
I
hold.
was going to go on the idea. We talked about this with Jace before in terms of this whole solving of the hex tech problem, it being awfully compressed. I guess you can argue that the same sort of thing has happened with the setup and payoff for Powder's bombs. Like you say, you feel it's missing this middle,
Yeah,
this
this
middle
mid-evolution
act.
of like they're
Yeah,
starting to work, but they're actually like kind of dangerous.
yeah,
Um, and it's like if there's something like I can't even definitively say if like if I really think it's like good or bad, but there's just something in the pit of my stomach that says like this isn't right when I think of how Powder is a child, like she is like a 10, 12-year-old child at most, and it's like her payoff of like finally being successful and doing the thing that you want to do, doing the thing that her sister has been telling her to do this entire time, the
mm,
one person who's been on her side and supporting her, is that she's becomes responsible for the death of her friends. Like that seems like such a fucked
ex-
payoff.
it's extreme.
Yeah, and it's like again, it's like if she was like it's the thing of like the reason I don't like Jace's payoff in this story is because he is rewarded for doing a thing that was really irresponsible and really dangerous, and he has no remorse for this, and there's no comeuppance.
Mhm.
He doesn't have any penance to pay for his mistakes, which are demonstrably mistakes. You
Yeah,
can prove that they're mistakes. And the opposite thing is happening for Powder in this scene. She is being punished for doing nothing wrong. She is being punished
for
because
doing
she
what she
did
was
the things
aiming to do.
what she was supposed to do, what
Mm,
she was told to do by the people who are supposed to be taking care of her.
yeah,
And that just seems like a really unfair, it's punitive for like no reason.
mm,
And
yeah,
there's more to go on. That's the
yeah.
end of the Powder problem. There's more to
Because
go off of here, but
we
have to finish this.
have the Vi
Um,
problem as well, don't we? So
we have a Vi problem, and I want to get to that when we get to it. But so that's the whole thing, and
mhm,
I feel really weird about that.
yeah,
And I feel like if they had framed it in such a way of like maybe Powder is like frustrated with the fact that she can't help, like she's like actually like angry about it to the point where she is like becoming increasingly reckless with her inventions. Like she's not taking advice, she's not listening to people who are supposed to be like who are trying to keep her in check, and she is punished as a result of you know stepping out of line of no longer following. She's trying to, people are trying to give her the words of wisdom of like,
mm,
hey, this is gonna get somebody hurt someday, and then something goes wrong and she hurts somebody and she's like, oh god, what have I done?
mm,
That would be a much more sensible payoff, but just jumping straight to that is so weird. um so
yeah.
that's a whole thing, and I'm not happy about it.
Right.
But
Well,
I guess we can get back to our scene now.
we can get you back to your scene, and then we'll get you to the other bit that you'll not be happy about. So yeah, so we've done all that. All the carnage has happened there. Vander is now trying to fight. He puts up a couple of shots against Deckard. Doesn't really go out well. Um,
Yeah,
and
it's honestly astonishing that he survived like 1 second with that guy, considering that like he literally one shot Benzo,
yeah,
uh, who was like the
like
same
we
size
said,
as Bender.
he's champion adjacent. He can take a couple more hits. Yeah, manages to get past Deckard though and confronts Silco. He's choking him out. Even after he's just got stabbed in the back. He then gets stabbed in the front by
Yeah,
Silco, who effectively congratulates him for fighting for a cause.
yeah, and there's there is something to be said about like, holy Christ, how is Vander still alive?
Hmm. Yeah,
At this point, like he has had just the worst day.
yeah. Well, I
He's
mean,
been
at this point,
stabbed twice, he's been brutalized by Super Deckard, and he just fell like 15 feet into
yeah,
fire onto glass.
Yeah, onto some Deus Ex Machina. Some shimmer bottles
Yes, some
that
shimmer.
hadn't
Yeah.
blown up. Or I'm just still going on the idea that Singed has just basically got burnt alive and he's still just sat there conveniently making vials of shimmer. Um, but yeah, he takes one of those, and as Silco's decided, right, that's it, I've had fun of games now, let's just kill Vi. Something that he still doesn't do himself, he still sends Deckard to do it, and pulls the...
Also, there's just another brief aside here. It's not like the end of the world or anything. It's just, again, this is just more of Silco being kind of fucking weird and dumb.
Mm.
So like after the explosion happens, Silco like just kind of gets up and go like, "Yeah, Decker, get him!" Like he's
Yeah,
just kind of like, "Go!" It's like, "What are you doing? You're slacking." It's like he is like not even remotely curious about what the hell just fucked his shit right now. Like
yeah,
he's just like, "Just what? We'll deal with that later. Go get him." It's
yeah.
like, Silco, what are you doing, dude?
So, he goes ahead and does that, and as Deckard lifts the door of Vi and is about to deal a killing blow, Mega Vander appears.
Yeah, good old Mega Vander shows up and and I would say this is perfectly fair that if the goo gives them sort of a relative boost of like, start this strong, you get this big, you start this strong, you get this, that kind of
Yeah,
thing. It's like it makes perfect sense that
let's...
Vander would come in and just immediately crush Deckard with no effort because
Yeah,
Vander is 100 times more powerful than
yeah. You
Deckard
don't
is
see you
at
don't see
base.
what he does to Deckard. I don't know whether it was a case of just crushing his skull, taking his neck
I
from
think
his
it's like
spine, or a
I think
combination of
he
both.
basically I think he kind of just like smushes him
Oof.
against the like the roof because that's he's kind of got like this motion of like
Yeah. So yeah,
sort of thing.
goodbye, Deckard. We hardly cared. Um,
And then
turns around.
And then Vander, who is like at this point he's got rage juice flowing through his veins, and it's like he's all consumed with hate and stuff,
He like
and
turns towards Silco and is about to like decide, right, vengeance time is mine, with his
then he
growl of
but then Silco. But then he turns around and he remembers, oh shit, wait, I'm based, so I have to go, do my job. And so instead he grabs Vi, he turns down his opportunity of revenge to save his people,
hmm
and jumps out the window or wall or whatever, and then the building explodes again for a second time.
Hey, hey, buildings got to explode twice, mate. It's just how it is. So he has his little heroic sacrifice moment now.
Yep,
Bleh.
base Vander literally did nothing wrong.
Yeah. I should give you some theorizing in regards to that, no? But yeah. The theory being that we've not seen the last of Vander, even though he's quite clearly dead on the floor.
Yeah, I've heard there's whatever
Yeah.
implications, which
Theory,
is like,
theory for League of Legends fans: Vander becomes Warwick.
which is like,
For
oh
those,
boy, I sure hope they treat that with respect,
oh
because boy, did Vander have a fantastic character journey throughout these arcs,
yeah,
despite the odds.
Act 1 MVP. So yeah, so Vi is
And of
again
course,
in
his last words, take care of Powder.
yeah.
So that's
Whew,
important.
woohoo, yeah, it's important for
Again,
what happens
the
immediately
last
after.
thing, the last thought that crosses his mind before he expires is,
Please take care
you
of
know,
someone else. Take care of who you
be a
got.
leader, be responsible.
Yeah. So yeah, here now we move to complete irresponsibility. Vi, inconsolable, notices Powder just comes round the a giddy Powder comes round the side of the building, going, "Yeah, my bomb's worked." At,
Yay!
at,
I
at
did
this
it,
point,
guys.
Vi is obviously trying to distance herself from that. She did look as the building started going on fire, while she was crying her eyes out under the door, that there was a monkey bomb-shaped piece of shrapnel in the floor. But I think it's at this point where Powder goes, "Yeah, a bomb. It did it. It did it." That she sort of puts two and two together and she's like, "You did this?" "Yeah, I was trying to help. I was trying to help." By on no uncertain terms, blames Powder for absolutely everything that happened there.
Yeah, she sure does.
Gives her a full
Punches
gives
her right
Powder
in
a
the face.
slap around the face. Then
I don't think
looks
it's a
like she's.
I don't think it's a slap. I'm pretty sure she like fucking knuckles her.
It's something that comes up in the
Boom.
there
Yeah,
was a
that's a closed fist. That's definitely a punch.
okay. They changed
Mhm.
it then from the score to settle video where it did show it as an open hand, but wow. I guess that makes sense. A slap doesn't make Powder's nose bleed the way it did. But yeah, Powder's just like, no, I was trying to help. I was only trying to help. No, please, Violet, stop.
Yeah, yeah.
And
It's
that
just like
sends Vi into just going, okay, I've been called by my full name, and it's the first time Vi across a game and a TV series has been called Violet.
mhm.
Which
So
as
it
I
doesn't stand
as
for violence, it stands for violet. How
yeah,
cute. Yeah.
yeah. Well, what it says to me is that, like I said, I think I meant to said off air at some point. The sister's mum really didn't really have creative choices of names for her children. She named them based off their hair color. Powder, and Violet.
Mhm.
But yeah, Vi just
So at this point,
abandons her
Vi just
sister, and
storms her away and abandons her 10-year-old sister, or 12-year-old sister,
yeah,
just in the rain, in the
in the rain of
fire,
an
next to
exploding
an
building
evil lair,
and the corpse of their father figure.
and the corpse of their father figure. And it's like a not even like a. It's not even like dignified. He's been mutilated chemically at this point.
Yeah,
Uh,
and she
yeah.
tends to her wounds there. Um, do I continue on, or are we at your point yet?
Well, no, we're past the point. I don't know if we want to just like finish basically
Okay, well, okay, we can do
before
that
we
then, I guess.
decompress because we're like 2 minutes from the ending, and
Yeah,
like I'm gonna
so
spend like a long time talking about this.
fair enough. Right, okay, we'll get there. Silco, again,
Alive
surviving two
somehow, even
exploding
though
buildings.
along with apparently his entire army of goons, save
Yeah,
for whatever
one arm
rebel
of
lady
the woman.
who like her neck was like like no, she's gone. Basically, aside from her and Singed, who's just sort of AFK right now, and Deckard, pretty much his whole army is there.
Yeah.
Which is like, wow, these guys are pretty resilient. Maybe they shouldn't have lost a fight to a teenager.
Hmm. So he sits there. Notes at this point he's never seen Powder. So
Yes.
just walks up to her. He's just like, "Are you okay, little girl?" Um, Powder's just decided, I don't have a sister anymore, and jumps into his arms. At the same time, Vise realizes that Silco's there and tries to jump out, only to get chloroformed by Marcus and yeeted out of this scene and the rest of the episode.
Yeah, boy, is that just
I mean,
just what so darn unlucky, these characters who are just meeting up at just the
I
right
mean,
time.
I'd still love to know Marcus's actual motivations, considering what he says. No, he'll kill you if he sees you. Let's
He would
go.
fuck his shit up. Come on.
Yeah, let's be
Not that he
honest.
knows that, but
Yeah,
like, I mean, come on.
that's true. But yeah, he gets Vi
Anyway,
out of the picture for Powder to completely denounce her sister and basically say, "Hello, Silco, you're my new father figure now."
yeah, which is like, I guess I don't know. I guess does Silco really have no idea? Like, I guess he hasn't met Jinx, but like, or she's Jinx at this point. By the way,
Yeah.
I'm giving up on
Well,
Powder.
she's basically been told at that point, well before Vi stormed off, "You are a Jinx." Milo
Uh
was
huh,
right.
uh huh, uh
So
huh. Which again is
name's
a
gonna stick.
very yep, name's gonna stick. So yeah, so it's like so Jinx is like, I guess he hasn't met Jinx, but like surely he must have some idea, right? Like a description. Like Deckard would have
Yeah. Probably would have
probably
known.
like said who these people were, right?
Mm,
You know, he's got an idea that's four of them. You know,
yeah.
one's got blue hair. Like I would, if you tried to convince me that Silco doesn't know who Jinx is in any capacity, I would not believe you.
Mm,
I would not believe that that is true. I'm choosing to believe because that would require more people to be doing stupid things that don't make sense, and
Yeah.
I would prefer that the minimum amount of that is not on screen it exists as possible.
Yeah, that's true.
So I feel like
But
Silco kind of knows who this is.
mm, but he's still, at that point, it's this one considered me out of character. Considered it out of character because no, I know a lot of this might have been manipulation, but he was stood there with a knife, ready to just, fuck the shit up of
Right.
whoever
So
was stood in
that's
front of him.
right. You're right. He has a knife. So like he's thinking about killing her. Like
Yeah,
he knows. He knows what's
yeah.
up. He knows who this is.
But upon her launching into him and hugging him and saying, "I don't have a sister anymore." No, there we go. Yeah. He asks, "Where's your sister?" And she
Right,
goes,
yeah,
"I
he know
don't have a.
right.
I
So
do
he
not have
knows.
a sister anymore."
So and it's
So
that trigger that gives him okay, I can work with this.
yeah,
Like I can be like I can, I can
means to an end using this blue-haired girl,
so
and
like so there's that.
that's where it sort of leads to the
So
last two
then their
lines of the
whole
video, isn't it? Or the film, the act, which is him just like saying, we'll show them all."
which is kind of interesting. I find it very odd that these two particular people have buddied up. I
Hmm?
mean, so Jinx is single-handedly responsible for destroying all of Suko's resources and ruining his plans, and probably losing him the war that will definitely still happen because
Mm,
he definitely still murdered Grayson.
yeah, and there's
And in
there's
re-
no Vander
and
either
in
now, so
and in return, Jinx is totally ready to jump into the arms of the person who they know is responsible for essentially causing this whole problem in the first place. So
yeah,
it's weird that these two people in particular have buddied up together. Um,
yeah.
if you were to
I
ask
mean,
me
it's
my
it's
opinion, I would
it's
say that they probably shouldn't.
yeah,
But
it won't go well for
it's
anyone involved now that they're both, you know.
it's kind of just funny.
Right. So that
So
ends Act 1. So before we give our verdicts, you have the other thing you want to talk about.
let's talk about why as a character. So
Yeah.
in League of Legends, I play ARAM pretty much exclusively. All random, all middle. That's the game type that I mainly
Same.
play.
Yeah.
I've got
Same
about
same thing.
2,000 games in that. So I don't play like any particular character all the time, but I do have favorites. I have played a lot of Jace. I like him a lot. I've played a lot of Vi, like her a lot. Um, and so it's kind of strange that the show has given me a sort of a bit of a dirty taste in my mouth over both of these characters. We've extensively gone over Jace,
Mm-hmm.
and why I have problems with his characterization. And now we have Vi, who is really interesting because at first I didn't really dislike her that much. She was
Mm-hmm.
kind of just neutral. Like, she was a bit of a hothead, a bit reckless, but she was also a teenager. It's like you can respect that she's, just got a lot of emotions going on, and she almost gets saved at one point where she's like, when Vander and her have that bridge scene, which is a
Mm-hmm.
very nice scene in a bubble, isolated. You think that at that point she's going to be, the responsible one of like, ultimately at the end of the day, everything that happened in Zon, aside from like the whole like, I mean, obviously this is all like Silco's like manipulation in play, but like in terms of the actual inciting incident of the explosion and the subsequent, enforcer uh and problem, and which spurs on the rebellion, which leads to people getting hurt and kidnapped and killed,
Mm-hmm.
partially by Silco and partially by enforcers. You know, at the end of the day, pretty much every single thing that happened in this story, in the Vi and Powder story, is Vi's fault. Uh, she is ultimately responsible for this crew of misfits who went on this break-in.
Mm-hmm.
She is ultimately the person who decided that these children should be pulling out high stakes heists in a wealthy city. She is not particularly sorry about the incident, beyond the fact that she's just like, yeah, I guess Powder probably shouldn't have come along. That was probably not
Yeah.
a great idea. But
But,
she's
but
not
still,
particularly
but still,
sorry
screw
about it
Piltover.
because, she's got that sort of like mentality of like, they've got everything, we got nothing. What does it matter if I steal from them and I hurt them, kind of thing. Which
Yeah.
is like, it's like, yeah, okay, I understand why she would say something like that, but it's also like, yeah, it's obviously like a simplified version of that kind of mentality. But at the end of the day, she's like, okay, you know what? You're right. This is my thing. I did this, and I'm gonna go turn myself in now because I need to take responsibility for what I've done, and I need to save other people from getting hurt. And that is the point. This is the last time that things are going in Vi's favor, because what happens next after that is when, after the whole incident at Silco's place,
Mm.
you know, she leaves Powder alone with the crystals, uh, which she told her to keep. She
Yeah.
specifically said, "We're not going to sell these. We're not going to give them to Vander. We're not going to hide them." Apparently, even though she said that she should, we're not going to put
Yeah.
them in like a safe house or anything.
That's
We're just
yeah.
going to
That's
hold
that's
on to
that's
them.
another choice that Vi made that was her fault.
Yep, that was her. She did that. Um, and when it comes, and when the thing hits its big climax, and two of their friends and their father figure are dead. Again, all of this, Vi's fault. She
Mm.
did this
Yeah.
indirectly, but she did it, and she is responsible for this. She has an opportunity to demonstrate real maturity and real remorse for what she has done, and the fact that her one mistake that she made a long time ago, flippantly, arrogantly, thinking that she could just get away with stealing from someone and be fine. This one mistake that she has made has cascaded into a series of other successive mistakes that has led to three of the most important people in her life dying,
Mm-hmm.
and potentially resulting in a potential war type conflict in between Zahn and Piltover again. And instead of being like, my God, like, what have I done? I've fucked everything. I can't believe this has all happened. This is all my fault. I'm responsible for this. Instead of doing that, she squarely and in no uncertain terms places the entirety of that blame on the shoulder of a 12-year-old child.
Mm.
Her sister. Her actual the her the most important person in her life. She puts all of that on her sister.
Yeah. Absolutely everything.
She
Unburdens
she
herself from the responsibility and pins it on her.
she was going on a character arc of learning what it means to be a leader, to be responsible for people, and what it means to, just be responsible. Just I ran out of important words, but
Yeah.
that's
To
what it
be a
boils down
leader,
to.
to be the beacon for
And
everything.
instead of, like, consoling her sister who's freaking the fuck out over the fact over what she's just done, and being like, "This isn't your fault. I I should have put things in place to prevent this from happening. I'm ultimately the person who left this in your hand. I made you do this."
Yeah.
She just places all of that on her sister, and there is like just like not really any hint that that's like the wrong thing to do. Like,
Mm.
it's like she almost comes off as like justified to an extent of like, yeah, you know what? She is the fuck up. And whether or not that's actually true, and maybe they'll go back and be like, in another episode, be like, yeah, you know what, that was a really fucked up way to handle that situation. I shouldn't have said that. In the moment, the fact that she has that conclusion instead of any other more interesting or more compelling, like, you know, response, a lesson learned, so to speak, she completely fucks over her own sister, the only person who really, really, really matters to her. The one person she was supposed to be taking care of and supposed to be responsible for. She completely shirks that
Yeah.
entirely. And it is at that moment that I found myself, like, outraged at this character.
Mm. Yeah,
I was
she's
furious with this woman.
completely. Yeah, this is supposed to be an idea of you're supposed to be feeling for every character in this whole thing, and no, by the end of this, Vi, to me, was not the character to root for at that point. Like I said, she's just gone to this point of she's supposed to be a leader and she's supposed to have shared responsibility. Immature of her actions as she is, the fact that she just used a get out clause of fuck it, it was my sister's fault. I did nothing wrong. It was all her. Makes her that makes her unlikable as a character. Different to Jace, where he was just a bit of an idiot and spoiled brat and all that bollocks.
Yeah, and it's like, and that's what I was
She was
saying too,
hateable.
right? Like, and that's what I was saying, right? Like, that's going back to what I was saying about, like, Jace, and his whole thing is that the reason I hate his story is that he's a good guy who is, being rewarded for doing things that should not merit reward because he is the protagonist for no other reason beyond that. And the reason I don't like this story with Jinx is because it's precisely the opposite thing. She is being punished for no reason. She did not do anything wrong. She is not responsible for this. Like, she's limitedly responsible for this. Like, I mean, she did take actions of her own, but she's also a
Oh god.
child. Sorry, you okay?
Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. Keep going.
You just got hand over your mouth. Um, but yeah, it's again like it's just this really fucked up sentiment of like punishing her for not doing anything wrong, and it just doesn't sit with me. Like, it just doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't get behind it.
No, I mean she's gonna have to. She's gonna have to do a lot of. So the character of Vi is gonna have to have a lot of changes in Act Two in order to even consider sort of redeeming herself at this point. Because at this point, all you can see is you can completely freaking understand why Jinx became Jinx.
Yeah, well, it's just like at this point, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't even matter. Like, she's. You know how, like, when someone is like, completely perfect, like they are beyond reproach. Like, she is beyond that. Like, she's the opposite of that. Like, she is irredeemable. Like,
Mm,
even if she turns out to be like an okay person, it's like, she has that conclusion of like, I really shouldn't have said that. That was just an emotional outburst and I wasn't thinking at the time. It's fucked. Like, she fucked up. Now Jinx is Jinx. She's gonna become a criminal, a psychopath. She's gonna work for
Basically, psychopath, a
Silco.
terrorist. She's
She's
Piltover's Joker.
destroyed. She has destroyed this person. She's killed 3 people essentially,
Yeah,
through very indirect ways. She has killed 3 people, arguably more if you want to count Benzo and Grayson.
yeah. And to
Uh,
me, and they're the ones she
and
cared about. No other life matters.
and she has killed at least 5 people, and it's essentially she's metaphorically killed Jinx at this point. She
Hmm.
is emotionally dead at this point. So, like, even if she does turn around and be like, I'm sorry," it's like, I don't care if you're sorry. You're a bad person and you deserve to have bad things happen to you. I don't care if you're sorry. So yeah, that was my whole Jinx and Vi rant. I just I ab My first impression of the show when it first started, I was like, okay, you know what? This is actually there's potential here. It's I liked at first that they weren't trying to do like a really lore and reference heavy type of adaptation. They weren't like trying to be like, look at all the things you know, and be like just appeal to minutial references.
Mm.
You know, kind of almost like how like Rogue One in the Star Wars movie kind of did that, where it's
Yeah.
like it's less of a movie and just be like, here are things you know, and also some other shit happened. You know, I like that they actually had a focused original story, and you know, it wasn't afraid to pull punches. And the first episode I thought was mostly okay. A couple of fucky things going on, but it wasn't that bad. Episode
Okay.
2, pacing gets weird, story gets weird, characters get weird. It's not terrible yet. I think you can fix this. But then I saw episode 3, and I'm just like, wow, they really just I've got nothing. I've got no love left here.
Mm.
Um, it all just kind of fell apart, and I ended up hating almost every character. I hated them on a like a logical level. I didn't like their character, and I hated them on an emotional level. I hated them as people too, which is like it's like the double whammy of things that you don't want in your hypothetically sympathetic characters.
Yeah. I can sort of see where you're coming from. Like I say, that also sort of hit me on, that sort of emotional level. I guess I sort of went for it as an emotion thing, and now I've had time to think about it. And like I say, but the whole Vi thing is just there. The the third episode really just made me feel the whole Jace and Victor thing could have either, to be honest, could have either been solved in episode 2 or could have been solved in Act 2. You know, one way or the other. Granted, I guess there's sort of me on this in terms of sort of where my aim was in regards to expanding the lore of League of Legends. It did its job. Whether it did its job well is to be seen, but I was still entertained mostly by the episode. But like I say, the critique is absolutely valid. Oh, hold on, Duncan, you've
Sorry, I must have hit my mute button. And like I said, I liked these two characters a lot more before I knew their Arcane version. Jace is like a fucking piece of cardboard in League of Legends, but it's fine because he's fun to play. And Vi is kind of fun. She's kind of spunky and like tomboyish, and she's kind of funny. I like her just
yeah.
fine, and I like her playstyle. I like them both now quite a bit less
Oh,
as a result of this show.
no, that wasn't meant to be. That wasn't meant to be the whole idea of Arcane. We weren't meant to be like
It's
getting
like
the lore to make the characters
anti-marketing.
hated in
It's
LoL.
it's anti-marketing, and Jinx is like, okay, like I like Jinx just fine, but like I like Jinx because to me I always imagine Jinx as like just kind of an unhinged person who like just likes guns and explosions and just didn't really just had a very loose moral code.
Mm.
It's just like as long as it explodes, I love it, kind of
It's
thing.
good. Yeah.
But now if I play Jinx, I'm gonna be thinking about her as just like this like poor child who
What
just
did
got
your sister do to you?
fucked by unfortunate circumstances.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's like, I guess it's like they're almost framed as like, they have like the cops and robbers sort of framing in League of Legends, where it's like, oh, Vi's hunting down Jinx because her sister Jinx is, up to no good. It's
Doing
like,
the goofy
fucking hunt down
things.
Vi. She's a fucking horrible person. She's a terrorist and a murderer.
Yeah,
And
how she got the
an
cushy cop job.
emotional manipulator. She's a horrible person. Go put her in jail.
Oh man, it is bad. Right, we're gonna give this a number system. Out of 5.
Okay.
Out of 5, half stars can be included, or in this case, I guess we're actually gonna. I want to actually rate this out of 1 out of or out of 5 wrenches.
Out of 5 wrenches.
Yeah, we've just got
Is that
references.
is that 5 wrenches is like wrenches are standard for stars, or is like how many wrenches are in the works kind of thing? Like more wrenches is bad.
It's wrenches equals stars. It's just
Okay.
something a bit themed for Arcane. I could have rated it out of 1, out
Shall
of
we-
5 hex cores, but
Can we do like a per episode and then overall kind of thing?
If you want to do a per episode thing, I was going to look at the act overall. To be fair, but
We could do.
Yeah,
Let's do both. Why not?
okay, right. I guess I'll start first.
Because I got a pretty good idea. Or yeah, I got it. Yeah, go ahead. Yep. I've been talking so much. You may as well go first.
So, I'd like to give the first episode 4.5 wrenches. It was strong. Wasn't perfect. It was strong. Second episode, 3 out of 5 wrenches. The pacing was just there. It was serviceable, and that's where it goes. For me, and this is probably where you're going to differ. I know we've had all the talks afterwards. I'd give the third episode a 4.
Okay, so now you understand. I'm going to have to ask you to justify that score, because I've been talking for.
Yeah,
I've probably done the majority of the talking for the last 3 hours. And it's
I
my
have
fault.
done.
I'm just too excited. So
I know
at
you
this
get
point,
talking on there.
I turn it over to you to explain your score.
So I'm trying to take this on an emotional level because I want to sort of go with the score that I would have had initially prior to your discussions and the valid sort of things. The end, the final third of the third episode did hit me with an emotional gut punch, and I feel, and this is where sort of things sort of differed on this. My hatred of Vi was, or at least my idea that Vi is not the big hero she's tried to make herself out to be, and the fact that she did everything to Powder, to cause her to be Jinx at that point, was on an intended emotional sort of level. It was by design. It wasn't due to, poor scripting and writing at that point. Now,
in other words,
to point that this balanced out enough.
If we reframe this as a villainous origin for Vi, it makes more sense.
Yeah, Vi stands for
what we're appealing to.
Vi stands for villainous. But yeah, so that sort of happened on me. While it may have been a couple of scenes too long, the whole idea of Powder, or showing what Powder did, as opposed to then what she's learned she did, sort of sort of added in there. I guess I've liked that whole juxtaposition of her looking at the bunny rabbit in the air and looking at the beautiful thing that she made, which again shows on the mental unstableness of Jinx at that point. She's just caused massive explosions, which a few minutes later she's going to realize has killed her friends and her father figure.
Right, so she's never going to do that again, right? Like you wouldn't, if you were a sane person, and that happened to you, like you would never touch bombs again. I would think, but
yeah, I guess but it's like I say, on a regular, well-adjusted person, they'd look at that and they would have thought that was horrifying. We've learned at this point that Powder is not well-adjusted. At the very minimum,
anymore. She was perfectly normal before.
Well, I don't know. At the very minimum, she's clearly suffered from some post-traumatic stress disorder.
Sure.
So
she's not like a violent psychopath.
No, I know what you mean, but I mean she hasn't saw that. She saw that as saving her friends. That's where that's come along. So again, that, and I consider that I'm rating the final third of the film episode to balance out for the weaker points in regards to the whole really nothingness of the Jason Victor thing. And I wouldn't even say that was bad. It was just it wasn't. It didn't move me as much as sort of what happened. And I'm always on the idea that the more memorable bits.
Don't get me wrong. I was moved. Emotions were had. They were just different emotions.
I can understand that, but yeah, that's a me thing. And like I say, I guess sort of the scores are subjective, and that's where that all sort of comes along. But it's like for me, I remember. I know it's not necessarily the case of what you remember more is what is better than what happens. But if I'm going to be like talking and having big discussion points about one episode more than any of the others, it has to have done something to me to throw it out there. And it's not that it's done it in a bad way, so I can only go the other side of the scale. And like
I think there's lots to talk about in terms of bad things too. I think there's lots of justifiable reasons to remember and discuss things that are bad at great lengths.
Yeah. That's that's just my sort of personal feeling in regards to that, and that's where that's sort of come along. And
So
I
where
say that knowing that your scores are going to be wildly different.
so then what would your overall rating be with those episode ratings in mind?
I guess so. I guess on that point, let's think of
It
it
would
this way.
average, based on your scores, it would average out to about a 4 out of 5. But I don't know if you have a different criteria for rating it.
For the whole act as a whole.
Yeah.
I think it still would end up in a. I guess at that point, because we're only doing halves, it still come up as as a 4. There's clearly room for improvement. Clearly, we've spent, like I say, we spent about 4 hours discussing it. But that's sort of where I am in regards to that. So I'd like to see where we go, and you don't need to justify your scores. You spent a load of time justifying it already.
Yeah, I mean, if I were to, if I was gonna give him a rating, I would say probably episode 1 again is mostly solid.
Mm-hmm.
I would I would happily watch an entire show that was of equivalent quality to episode 1.
Mm-hmm.
There's like most of my problems with episode 1 are, I would say probably my biggest criticism of episode 1 is the whole like Silco plot and the whole like Deckard and that whole sequence of like just completely random events coinciding with one another, and like no one seems to be in the driving seat of this story, and I really hate it when characters are not in the driving seat of the story, because if they're not, then who is?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like coincidences in stories. I like minor coincidences to use as catalyst for getting a story going, because obviously the most interesting things in life are the things that happen that are moderately unlikely. So I don't mind a minor coincidence getting the plot rolling, as long as the people in the story are the driving seat behind the action thenceforth.
Okay.
So I don't like coincidences in general in storytelling. So beyond that, I would say that is probably my strongest criticism, and the rest of it is fairly strong. I think that for the most part, the characters are, they're well established. No one does anything really, really butt-headed, and I would probably give it a 3.5 out of 5. The first episode.
Okay.
Then episode 2. Episode 2 is the one where we've got Jace, who's being a clown, and is just generally an unlikable and ungrateful person. We've got the mom, who's very strange and inconsistent. We've got, not everyone's terrible. Like Heimerdinger. You know what? Heimerdinger's actually pretty solid. He's barely in it, but he's consistent. He's motivated. He has a clear motivation for why he does and feels the way he does.
Yeah.
So I'll give him points for that. The same can be said about, Marcus. He's young, he's hot-headed, he just kind of, he hates the Undercity, and he just wants to get this shit over. He basically just wants to impress, He thinks that Grayson is just kind of being a little too lenient, and he wants to step up. So I'll give him points for that. But again, weird pacing issues, jumping all over the place. Some characters are really inconsistent. Silco is still bizarre. And again, Jace is a real wet towel on this whole episode. I would give episode 2 either somewhere between a 2.5 and a 3. I would be more inclined towards the 2.5 out of 5.
Okay.
Because I don't think it's bad outright. I think it's just kind of odd.
Yeah, as I say, it's just a bit of a. Nah.
Yeah, it's a really it's a very strange episode. Not really a lot happens in that episode either. Like story wise, it's a very middle episode.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have episode 3. And while I totally hear your argument that maybe this isn't about Vi, you know, maybe this isn't a story about Vi learning a lesson, and maybe this is about her making more mistakes, and maybe she's not actually that good of a person. From, if that was the angle, if I could be convinced that was the angle that they were intending to go for, I could maybe agree with you. But I think too much time is spent between her and Vander talking about what leadership is like, what being responsible is all about, and I feel like there's just too much going on in terms of Vander throughout the whole show, trying to impart this lesson of leadership upon her, that it seems to me a waste of time that they would put this much time into it if that wasn't going to be the ultimate payoff. If she was going to ultimately be just the hot-headed rebel who doesn't take lessons and is just lets her emotions guide her feelings, I wouldn't like her that much more. It's not like that would fix her magically. But at least she'd be consistent. I give points for consistency, whether I like the people or not. I don't particularly like Marcus as a character, but he's pretty consistent. So I'll give him points for that. And I feel like the show was trying to make me think that, this wasn't supposed to be about Vi being the bad person. That this was supposed to be about Vi taking responsibility for herself. And I don't feel like they drove that home. I feel like she really misplaced her emotions, and I think that it would be a way more interesting story for these characters going forward if she had instead had that moment of like, I really did mess this up. I've put blood on my sister's hands by my own irresponsible actions.
Yeah.
And that's the moment where she realizes that she really needs to clean up her act, or she's going to lose the last person in her life that matters. Then maybe you can have a subsequent story of how their relationship further breaks apart, where she's having a difficult time emotionally reconciling the loss of her friends with also taking care of her sister, and Powder is becoming a little bit more like, like she's not dealing with this well. Maybe the sort of, you could have a whole story where Vi is like not treating her very well because she can't put that emotional side of her down. You could have a whole thing where it's like she wants to be the responsible parent, Vi does, but she's also like kind of unintentionally being a little bit abusive and aggressive and like passive aggressive towards her because of this whole fuck up. And maybe that pushes Powder down a darker path, and maybe it's not an accident next time. Maybe she actually does start to create some dangerous weapons because she's just kind of starting to become a little bit more jaded, a little bit more downtrodden. And that could be a whole other story that would naturally part from my hypothetical fix. But instead they did this, and it doesn't follow through with the material that was presented earlier in the show. It does not follow through on the lessons and the themes and the morals of what they were trying to do for 3 whole episodes, 2 hours, and so like on a structural point, I just can't resolve this, and on an emotional point, it frankly just makes me feel gross. It upset me, and it didn't upset me in a way that I think it was like supposed to. I think I just found it kind of disgusting. I rate the final episode of Arcane like 1 out of like 1.5. I'll give him a half out of 5. That's as high as I can go on it. It kept me up last night. Was when I watched it. It kept me up thinking about it, and I was like, I don't know what to do with this.
Oh,
I have a lot of pent up energy and emotion about this, and I don't know what to do with it. So yeah, my overall rating for Arcane, if I had to give it
Act 1.
one, I would give it maybe. I'd probably give it like a like a like a 2.5. It's very middle. It's like there are so many things about it that I wish were more. Like I don't. Vander's a very good character. I think he died in a perfectly fine way. I think there's lots of potential. There was a lot of potential, and I think that there still is to an extent. But we've been left with some very. Um, we're left with some very. What do you call it? Unbalanced, very lopsided characters. A lot of the good characters are dead now. Vander's dead, and a lot of the characters that are left, Vi, Powder, and Jace, are now in a point where I'm not really interested in finding out where their story goes because I don't like two of them, and one of them I just think is just going to be just go down a really uncomfortable path. I think Jinx is probably like the only character in this that I really think has the potential to still have an interesting story going forward. The rest of them, I, I just don't care.
Well, yeah. No, I can see where you're coming from. We'll have to just see how that will change for you. But like I say, we got this time skip coming along in between Acts 1 and 2 now. We're looking a bit further into, Caitlyn coming more into this as a character rather than just being the child sat in the mansion. We've obviously got the whole Vi meetup. There's still a couple of characters we haven't seen yet. In particular, mask wearing hoverboard riding guy who keeps showing up. Obviously, we have to see how the machinations go between sort of Mel and Silco's plans. Particularly, yeah, I can see where you're coming from. And the idea was like, this is now becoming a lot more of a Jinx story with sort of other characters. I'm on the hope, though. It is, I like to say, we've both got different experiences of this, and I'd like to see that, Act 2 brings a bit more to the table. In your case, a lot more to the table.
Yeah, here's the thing. I think that the world is interesting. I think that there are still a couple of characters who are interesting enough that they could do something. Like there's still like I hate Jace, but like there are ways that they can tell a Jace story that would actually be interesting. Like for example, let's say he goes to jail, and his whole story is he's now an outlaw or whatever. He's not going to because he's got the hell hex tech thing to do, but. Yeah, that could be a story that'd be worth interesting. Is like exploring like the morality of his experiments and actually having him have consequences for what he's doing. Jinx has still got potential to be interesting. I'd like to see more of her story, and there's still plenty of space for new characters to be introduced that maybe will have better handled character arcs than these guys.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how it goes. We've got a few more days before we watch it. We've got another week before we come back and see what's happened in regards to all that. I say, still on the point where we're going to be watching it. So that's that's the thing. It could have really, really shit the bed on the polling point that we just went right. No, Act 1 for that done. Bye.
Yeah. No. Yeah. No. It was it's kind of a weird. It leaves me in a paradoxical state of mind. I felt like I was both. It both exceeded and also greatly fell short of my expectations at the same time. It's like on one hand, I was kind of expecting it to be like a very like nothing story. Like I was expecting to be like very like not particularly engaged, and just kind of like riff off of it for a while and just be like, it's like it's harmless. I don't hate it. I don't love it. The fact that it got me more engaged than I expected to is, if nothing else, a positive in its favor. the fact that it that I had the feelings that I did about episode 3 is, it's more than I expected from it, but not necessarily in a good way.
I understand. I got you. Well,
but anyway, we've
been
been at
going.
this for, what is it, like
4
almost 4
hours,
hours
15
now?
minutes.
Oh god, more than 4 hours. Yeah, I was supposed to start cooking dinner like an hour ago. I'm getting takeout at this point. It's almost 6 o'clock. I got out ribs. I'm not cooking that now.
Yeah, I've got to figure out something to do myself here now, because it's 11:15 at this time as of recording, so I should probably think about having something to eat before going to bed. So,
Well,
yeah.
I'm glad that you indulged me. My throat hurts so much. I've been talking for so long. I'm glad that you indulged me. I'm glad that you allowed me to just sort of go on my rants. I was.
I'll be fair. I thought I was going to be the one rambling. So.
Yeah, I don't mean to mischaracterize you or anything. What I was concerned about is, like, we would get into a point where I was like, I kept going and going and going, and then you'd be like, all right, anyway, and then this happened. I was worried that we would, like, get pushed too far along before I got to my points. And I feel a little bad because, like, I feel like I've spent so much time talking in this video, and I hope that you have said, if not all, then at least most of the things that you wanted to say, because I didn't want this to be just about me.
No, it's fine.
It's a two-man panel for a reason.
Yeah, no, we got this covered. I've got, I've had stuff to say, and when pushed, I've tried to expand upon it. And that's just me. It's just like, so no, so that's all fine. Right, well, we're going to wrap this up for this week then. We've got another 3 more of these, 2 more for actual episodes, and then one which will the actual series wrap up will most likely be shorter than all this.
Oh yeah, I depending on how good or bad these next couple acts are, it's like these videos could easily be as long as this one. But I'm hoping that the overall wrap up is not quite as extensive and comprehensive.
We'll have to just do an all-day live stream, just like, all right, hi everyone, here we go. Right, yeah. So if you want to be known or be notified when we do more of this, please give us a like and a share. You could subscribe to the YouTube channel. Do all that. Keep us on social medias. Pretty much our social media for Twitters are basically the names I've put in the boxes, but Immaterial Gamers also has one at Immaterial Gamer. You can also check it out on Facebook, facebook.com/immaterialgamers, or Instagram at Immaterial Gamers. From there, all that's going to be left to say there is we are winding down the Hex Tech podcast show for today. So yeah, from me and Duncan, have a good week, and we'll see you next time with Act 2. Goodbye.
See you next time.